Hey, I'm trying this again. So I deleted the last stream because, first of all, let me put on some music. Let's feed the ducks. It's the only decent track that StreamYard has on here. I should upload a better one. So I just went live earlier before, and I made the mistake of going through Twitter. Hold a sec. Made the mistake of going through Twitter, and it was a nightmare. Look how fucking messy red my hair is. It's such a mess. Anyway, I went live, and oh god, I need to have this like cut or brushed or something. I have a brush with me. Anyway, I had planned to go live earlier today. I had a guest and I slept through it. And then, because my phone's screwed up, and then I'm like, oh well, let's just go live on the spot and see what happens. And I stumble into giant mess. And then I stumble into this stuff about Haiti, however you want to say that. And comes up on the screen is some fucking dude barbecuing a leg. Oh look, we've got comments. Hey, we got comments. Magoose, what's up? And we've got Jay here. Oh no, Masonic number of subscribers. Yeah, I know. It's been going to 333 to 334, then 332, then it's been hovering around there. I'm glad people are here for me to actually talk to. I have extremely long, thick hair, so I feel you. Right, Magoose, but thick hair would be even more chaotic. Mine's actually quite fine. There's just a lot of it. And as you can see, it needs to be brushed and washed because it's just it looks like straw. Hey, Dan. Hey, chat. How you doing, brother? This nearly didn't happen. Oh lord, they were eating Bob's lip. Yeah, and it came up on the screen, so I had to delete the fucking stream. Hold on, let me set up. Let me turn on the lights. I might have to dip out for a minute during this stream, but I'll come back. It's not like it's a freaking professional setup or anything anyway. So yeah, just scrolling through Twitter and all of a sudden old matey's barbecuing a leg there. Uncensored, so I thought, oh, that'll be the net. That's the last thing I need. So let me just turn on the lights, make it all pretty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's some ones up top as well. All right. Best brush I've ever used is a wet brush. Hold on, is that a joke? Is that supposed to be a joke? Because I'm dumb and I didn't get it. Because you're not supposed to brush your hair when it's wet, right? Because it's elastic and it snaps. You can really tell when it's this long too. How fucking long is it? It's really long. It goes off the screen. We were looking at it the other day, a friend and I was like, we could cut a foot off it, a whole foot off it. And it'd still be really long. I'm old and my hair is like old people and retired. No, it's funny. No, it's a brand of brush you can use when it's wet. Ah, okay. So is that like... Oh, do you mean like, are they the ones with the big wide combs that you use in the shower? Like with the big wide teeth, I mean? It almost looks like a baby toy, but it's like, it's not. Is that what I'm thinking of? Or is that like is that one for curly hair? I can't remember. I don't know how it all goes. So today I was going to talk about State of the Union. What did everyone think of that? Because I've missed the boat on that now. It's sort of like, it was days ago, and I was supposed to do an episode on Saturday, but I legit thought it was already Sunday, and I thought it was Saturday. So I was I was sitting out there like sending out invites to people. Do you want to come on Saturday night? Which is already fucking in the past. It confuses me, right? Because I'm a day ahead in Australia, like 16 hours ahead. So it's almost always the next day for me. But also, you guys, I think, recently just shifted daylight savings. And we also in New South Wales have daylight savings, which shifts at a different time. So it's a constant, like, project trying to figure out what the actual time is. They're really different models, but look on Amazon. Let's look on Amazon. Let's do it together as a family. Amazon. Wet brush. Let's have a look. Let's look at them together. Because, you know, it's fuck all else happening. I'm scared to look at Twitter, you know, because it might bring up some cannibal shit. Because apparently Haiti's been run by a guy named Barbecue now. Some gang leader. Seems like the Clintons did a great job on rebuilding that. So wet brush is, so this is the actual, the brand you're talking about, I'm guessing. What's so special about them? Like, how do they make these ones different? I know this is riveting content, but if you have thinner hair, then the flex one would work well. Oh, I think I know which one you mean. You mean like the ones with the sort of bristly things? Let's type in flex. Oh, one of these. See, I've seen these before. $30 for a brush. See, I mean, is this just because it's my fake money? Like, wait, is it really $30 for a fucking brush, Magoose? Yes, we did spring ahead, and it messes everyone. Yeah, so okay, so I'm not fucking making that up then. That's because you guys might have skipped an hour. I skipped a whole day somehow. I don't know how. I must have slept through it. I'm a mod for another channel too. Then I was supposed to be like there, and I wasn't. Especially Sean from Third Railify with his kids. They don't understand the time change. Oh yeah. That would be tough. I remember when they they're $10. Of course they are. Everything's 3 times the price because of Australia. Although if I press this, I've got this thing called Cultivate. Or maybe it's this. It might not be. Oh, it's uninstalled. There's a thing called Cultivate where it's like a plugin that gives you better deals. It's free. Anyway, that's that. What's on the Twitter? Oh, by the way, guys, now I've been grifting this for a couple of days now, but like yesterday or the day before, I got, where is it? I got approved for this subscriptions shit, which is sus to me because I shouldn't even have a premium account because I don't pay for it. Like, I stopped paying for it because they took away my ability to manage it. And it's still verified and I still have access to everything. And then on top of that, they approved me for subscriptions. Pro tip, encourage your followers to subscribe on the web. Otherwise it gets 30% taken out. Yeah, but no one subscribed yet. And apparently someone did try to subscribe and they got an error message. But I have been putting stuff in there. I plan to put in... So what I'm going to do with this podcast, right, this isn't a proper episode. It was supposed to be today, but I fucked it up. So what I'm going to be doing is, moving forward, there will be a members only segment of my podcast, probably either at the beginning or the end. And it's not going to be for like a whole hour or anything, maybe like 15, 20, 30 minutes of extra content. And that's going to go on my Patreon. And also it's going to go here in the subs area of Twitter. So you could like kind of subscribe to either or, if you know what I mean. I'm not going to have two separate paywalls. I'd just rather have one lot of paywall content and then, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. Because at the moment, no one else has not even close to monetization anywhere else. Oh, sorry, I reread that. So yeah, that's that. If you would like to subscribe, in fact, let's put the little. I know this is boring content, but I'm going to be editing this fucking video while we're talking. So what's happening in your lives? What's going on with you peoples? Tell me about yourselves while I fix this. No, we won't put it there. We'll just put it there. No. That'll do. Let's just put some tags in there for the sake of it. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. That works. Sweet. What are we? Signs and techno. No. What have we got? We got some more chats. Crazy that Twitter 1 issues are happening and it's not getting the traction it should. Yeah, and look, the thing is, there's such a vehement denial of this too. Like, most people are so far inside Elon's pocket that they just refuse to acknowledge that there's issues with it. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was going to put this link here. Support me on Twitter. Oh no, not that. It's supposed to be this. Copy link. Super follows. Super follow. So why don't you super follow me on Twitter? I think that's by design. What do you mean it's by design? The one social media platform I haven't got yet and hope not to. You mean Twitter? Twitter? Like, it used to be good, man. It used to be really great. I used to love it. And like, there's still parts about it that is good. It's just that, oh, this needs a thumbnail. Let's draw a thumbnail. Let's make a thumbnail together. Let's make a thumbnail. Make it 1080p. Let's do this. Meaning Twitter is suppressing it, and if people aren't affected, they aren't going to say anything. Yeah. I mean, Elon's the master of getting the public in his pocket. And I think like this whole thing with OpenAI, where he's trying to sue OpenAI because he says, oh, they've broken their agreement to humanity or some fucking cartoonish shit like that. It's really just because he can't get in on the profit. He always knew from the very beginning, and there's email chains that prove this, that he was aware that that OpenAI model had to become private in order to exist at all. And so he knew this was coming, and I find it very curious that he's speaking up now all of a sudden, because it's just like he turned around when they said he couldn't have complete control and ownership. He turned around and said, fine, you're going to fail then. And then when they didn't, he's all got shitty about it. And now he's pretending he's trying to save humanity. So I find that really kind of pathetic and what's the word? There's a word that I'm missing. Twitter identity crisis is now known as X. I refuse to call it that. I just can't do it. I look at my Twitter maybe once a week. I'm mainly on YouTube. I find like the more meaningful conversations happen on YouTube, even though there's not really necessarily that continuity of like you will encounter people in the chats or you can sort of interact with your creators. But in terms of other fellow viewers, it's harder to keep track of them and like sort of there's not really a profile of such that you can go to if people don't have a channel or anything. Like they haven't really built out the social media aspect of YouTube. Like they don't have a place where you can repost videos and stuff, which is interesting. Like on TikTok you can do that, but that's some Chi-Com shit. Oh, speaking of TikTok, let's check in because I had this ridiculous video that just went viral, and last time I checked it had 156 159,000 views for the king dying. But I just find that amusing that keeps going up. Anyway, what are we going to call this one? Is anyone still awake? A bit black background behind there. Same, either Rumble or CuckTube. I like Rumble, but I have been having issues with the UI for the past. Right, the UI team needs to be fucking fired. Like one of the major things holding that platform back. Rumble is like a teenager at puberty; it will grow up soon. Yeah, they need to get new staff though. They need to get a new UI team because it's just after all this time they still haven't got that. Like you have to go through a whole rigmarole to even with the API thing being open now. It's like, so for example, if you type into the Rumble, I didn't even bother going live on Rumble here, but if I was, you can now see the Rumble chats inside StreamYard, but it's still not fully integrated. You can't create the event. You still have to go to Rumble, create it, fuck around. It's a whole extra step still. Desktop for Rumble is way better, but I'm on my phone 99% of the time. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be, if as a creator, you really need like a PC. As a viewer though, mobile devices I think take up, like mobile phone and tablet take up like 80 to 90% of all the view traffic. That's from what I can see on my analytics anyway. Yeah, I've heard setting up streams is a pain. It is. It used to be a lot more painful. But with StreamYard, you can just go straight in and like do it all, set everything up, all the events from within the StreamYard UI, and then it's just like one setup. But if you want to add Rumble, you've got to go do the extra shit. So now what do we type in here? It's just going to be very basic. Why don't I copy paste some shit from here? Let's just put that in the middle. So I'm just checking my messages. And then I guess it's gonna be very basic. Is anyone awake? Apparently so. Like, what time is it there right now for everyone? Here it's like 2:45 in the afternoon. Live streams. Rando. Ever since YouTube blocked mirroring to run, yeah, that fucking annoyed me, man. That they didn't announce anything either. It just happened, and then I've just really left it. Like I haven't bothered maintaining the Rumble channel anymore because all the views there are fake. I'd rather get 10 views on YouTube knowing that they're real humans than 300 on Rumble knowing that they're fake. It seems creators I watch have been having issues with Rumble staying alive if they don't have a deal with Rumble. Exactly, and I'll show you in a second how much. Because someone posted the other day their earnings, 10:44 p.m. in Texas. Okay, so that's central, right? So that means it's 11. That's nearly midnight then in New York, right? And then so what does it go? Eastern, Central, Mountain, Pacific, doesn't it? I think I got that right. Puff pass from China. Thanks, buddy. Thank you, buddy. 8:45 Sunday night. Oh, because you're... Wait, hold on. Where the fuck are you? In the Pacific Ocean? You're in China. So where you must be right over the end, then. I don't know the geography of China as well. Your West Coast, yeah. So you get to see the sun setting on the ocean. That's one thing I miss about living in I grew up in the West Coast of Australia, slightly inland, but it was on the West Coast, and with just the beaches just went forever. It's like the best beaches in the world, like actually, not just talking it up. Sydney has some nice beaches in that, but they're small and they can get crowded, and they don't stretch for miles. They're sort of more like little inlets, like little coves, which is pretty. Sydney is a very stunning place. It's a beautiful city, but the beaches in WA, Western Australia, they're like unmatched. Anyway, what was I doing? Fixing my thumbnails. Live. Could probably fix this later on. Where's the thumbnail bit? Here. Rando. I know that's very uninspiring, but that'll do for now. Yeah, that'll do. I wonder where my 334th subscriber went. Probably got sick of this shit. All right, let's have a look at... Let's have a tentative look at Twitter. I mean, I'm not sure what I can click on today because everything's pretty hectic. I can't click on Haiti because it's just, too intense for YouTube. What should I... Jeez. I can't click on Clinton's because that'll probably lead to something dodgy as well. Hey, we got Third Railify. What's up, brother? Should I put out the link, Jay? I should be putting out the link into the chat. If anyone wants to come online. Jay, you're welcome. A goose. Anyone is welcome. Sean, you're welcome. I'm gonna put it in there anyway. Just because I'm fucking dying here on my own. If you can't join, it doesn't matter. Just let me die here on my own. Did the link come through? Anyone is welcome to come and join me on this train wreck. We could look into... Let's look into Antarctica. Seems safe. Why is that trending right now? Came through? Sweet. No pressure. You don't have to join, but if you want to. It's got to be more entertaining than what I'm doing. Sweet. It's odd. It'll let me post links, but it won't let anyone else. And I don't know how to change that. Although I probably shouldn't, because people put in dodgy like scams and shit. But I don't think anyone watches this channel enough for that to be an issue. Doesn't this annoy you when you can't figure out why something's trending? Sick of this bitch. Pyramids in Antarctica. Hey, Courage is the Cure. Greetings from Perth, Australia. How you going, mate? I've been watching some of your content here and there. Like, I don't always get a chance to, like, I think you do live streams on Facebook, right? I'm not sure if I've ever caught it live, but I've certainly gone back and watched some of your content. If you're not familiar with Courage is the Cure on YouTube, please look her up. She does really interesting content that is applicable to a global audience. It's not just for Australians. She's in Perth, where I originally come from. Not from Perth. I'm from WA though, and I lived in Perth for a long time. So yeah, she's very smart lady. Really interesting content. I value it highly. So I rate it highly, I meant to say. So yeah, go check it out. Courage is the Cure on YouTube and Facebook. Sean, check out the censorship of Christina Urso's film. Who the fuck is that? Ask Sean about these nuts guy. Sean, what about these nuts guy? She made a documentary on the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot, and Twitter has completely removed it. Hold on. Someone tagged me in something about that earlier today, and I don't think I looked at it close enough to figure out. Where is it? I think I did repost it. Is this it? Need to hear more about that story, Sean. Seems interesting. But about that documentary is ridiculous. So this is it? I'm guessing. Yeah, here it is. X, which purports to be a free speech site, has decided to terminate the official X account for my documentary film about the FBI's Whitmer kidnap plot case. Elon Musk, Linda Yaccarino, and support. Can you please explain this? I don't think they're going to. And I liked and retweeted this before, and why is it taking that away? Sean, are you free to jump on for a minute and like explain this to me like better? The government doesn't like it when a spotlight is put on their corruption and incompetence. And they really don't like it. Hey, Daniel. Yeah, sorry, mate. I went live. Daniel was here for the original scheduled stream that went fucking down the toilet, and I deleted it. Then I did another one in which I accidentally scrolled past someone eating a human leg. So I had to do that too. Yikes. And then, now here we are. I thought, fuck it, I'm definitely going live today. I have to. Yeah, I'll be on in 2 shakes of a kangaroo's tail. All right, brother. I'll see you shortly. X's lawful but awful policy. Yeah. What was it? How did she say it? It was freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. Was it not? I think, to come out and say it's a blanket free speech platform is kind of a silly idea. I don't think that's an attainable goal at all. How do I want to tease this apart? Like, I think there's a pretty much, most sensible thinking people realize that there are some limits to free speech. Like, it's not... Is that the right way of saying it? Limits? Maybe limits is the wrong word. There has to be some sort of lens that... I don't know how much... Fucking hell. Sean, you need to get online, man. I'm busting my ass trying to sound smart here, but it's not working. The freedom of speech thing, how everyone seems to... it's turned now, rather than trying to defend things that other people might not like or inconvenient truths. It's sort of turned more into, let's see how far we can push the envelope in terms of shit that is just inflammatory, doesn't have any sort of tether to reality at all. It's kind of like a stuntman's game. Trans kangaroo. I don't quite understand what that means. It's a total contradiction to Elon's free speech absolutist malarkey as he tries to shame people who use Rumble rather than X. Look, this is so Elon Musk's personality, right? He does that. This is the same. This is why I'm like really sus about his whole litigation against OpenAI as well, because he doesn't care about steamrolling people. He doesn't care about humanity. He doesn't care about doing the right things. He cares a lot more about money and finances than he pretends. And one of the biggest things that pisses me off about him, and I've said over and over again, but I'll say it again. I'll keep saying it till I die. This guy just rides on the fact that he what's his exact line is, I've done more for the environment than any other human being alive. It's like, how? He thinks because he builds fucking electric vehicles that that's somehow helping the environment. Now he must know. If I know that that's not helpful to the environment, then surely he knows that. I mean, he's not dumb, right? Yet he's still he'll carry forward with that mantra. Like he carries on like he's the fucking savior of the planet. He doesn't give a shit. Can't be an absolutist for free speech because that includes adult content featuring children. There has to be lines, but those lines need to be as close to free speech absolutism as possible. And that's a good way of putting what I was trying to say before, Sean. Yeah, exactly. It can't be completely absolute because as law-abiding free... Hold on. I've got to reply to this message. Yeah, because I mean, an absolute free speech situation would include all sorts of abhorrent things, which, reasonable thinking adults just don't want to see in the zeitgeist. And I think that's fair enough. Like, we don't want to... There is a limit. And to say that there isn't one is kind of... It's a little bit silly. Hold on, I'm getting messages in at the moment, so I'm slightly distracted. What I mean by malarkey is that I don't believe he is actually a free speech absolutist. Yeah, I know what you meant. I didn't think you were poo-pooing the idea of free speech, just his representation of it. Yeah. His not his representation of it, but his pledge to it. It's all completely fake. So yeah. But what is going on with this thing? What's the deal with this thing? Sean's gonna have to explain it to me. Maybe it will be on her. I would have thought that free speech platform X has made the decision to preemptively censor documentary film exposing one of the biggest FBI corruption scandals in modern times right before an election would be newsworthy. Apparently not. Just that tweet cred shit creeping into the system. And problem is, who's drawing that line? Left, central, or right side? Well, you'd want it to be the center, right? I guess. Not the center, right? The center. Because that would be, I guess, the best representation of both sides, ideally. I'm not sure if it works like that in reality. I've got to just run outside quickly in about 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. Sorry for all the boring silence. Oh, did I mention my little announcement before, saying that I was going to start doing like a members only segment of my podcast moving forward, like a 20-minute, half-hour sort of thing at either the beginning or the end of each episode, each stream, and I will be putting that on Patreon, patreon.com/Daniel Clancy, and that same content will also be uploaded to my Twitter subscription only area, which no one's subscribed to yet, but it's $5 a month, I think, which is fucking annoying because I can't change it or gift anything. Can't gift memberships, which is annoying. I already showed that one. Hold on. 257. Hold on. Big problem on judges creating law through rulings. Follow the Constitution is not hard. Yeah, but see, they all take a different position on the Constitution, whereas like some of them are absolutists, and then some of them like to interpret it in their own special fucking way, in their little snake logic way. In this clown world, the left is the only one that every normal person is going along with. Hold on. Hey, we have a friend here. What's up, brother? We can't quite hear you yet. He can't quite hear us yet, but he is on the way, my friends.
Hello. What is going on? I am sorry. I had to get some babies to bed.
Oh, that's all right, bro. I didn't give anyone any notice that I was even...
That time change? Oh, my God.
Fucked you over?
Did you do the time change?
No, and that's what kind of fucked me a bit too, because we didn't do the time change, but we do a time change at a different part of the year. So I have to kind of go through it twice because I'm always constantly converting into US time. And then somehow, instead of losing an hour, I lost a whole day.
So you go through 4 then? 4 because you got to go for spring ahead twice and fall back twice.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I mean, technically twice because it's just... But like, because I'm trying to keep up with the US time zones, yeah, I have to go through a bunch of it.
Yeah, so the whole fall back, easy. Not easy. It's 6 out of 10 difficult. But the spring ahead when you lose an hour. First of all, I'm old as shit now, so it wipes me right out. And second, my kids, they're like keenly attuned to time. So every day at 5 o'clock, my son will come to me without fail, without looking at a clock. I can set my clock to him. He comes up to me at 5 o'clock and he's like, "Daddy, I'm hungry." I'm like, well,
it's crazy how your body gets in tune with stuff. Like, have you ever noticed how when you're getting used to waking up at 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. or whatever it is that you set your alarm for, even when the alarm's not there, you wake up at 7:59 or like seconds, like within seconds of it going off, and like you're awake for the event of the alarm going off just moments before.
Today at 6 o'clock, because we've sprung ahead 1 hour, at 6 o'clock on the button, my son comes up to me and goes, "Daddy, I'm hungry." I look at the clock, I'm like, 6 o'clock. You don't know there's been a time change. Bedtime's gonna be rough.
I'll come. I'll be right back, fellas. I just gotta be. I've gotta go run out the front, and I'm coming right back. Can you hold the fort for me, Mr. Hot Dog?
I suppose I can.
Thanks, brother. I'm gonna make you big screen.
Okay, I guess that's fine. Well, hello everybody from Stateside Safari. I guess it's just me. I don't have any news stories to read you, or I can't. I guess we have to teach Daniel how to let his guest have a screen, so I could then go with you through the story of a man named, his actual name was D's Nuts. Yeah, his circadian rhythm is Well, it is what it is. I have 4 young boys. They all have autism, so going to bed as it is isn't easy. Some of them likely, like me, have ADHD. So they don't get their melatonin. Like it doesn't form naturally when like the sun goes down. They're always like an hour or two late as it already is. They're kind of night owls. And so when the time jumps like this, it's man, it is brutal. With this music that's in all of our ears right now, I feel like I should be taking off my shirt and like gyrating for you or something. Like, what is this porn music? My goodness. But yes, so as Jay had pointed out, there is a story about a man whose name, his actual legal name, is D's Nuts, a Wisconsin man. And I wish I could show you. I wish I could bring it up.
I'm back. Hold on.
Are you back?
I am back.
Oh, there
sorry.
you are.
Did I? Can you? Oh, sorry, I didn't give you. Oh, fuck. I didn't give you access to the controls.
No, you did not. I mentioned that though.
Oh, you did? You gave me a scolding for that?
And then I was like, what is this porn music we're listening to? Should I take off my shirt and gyrate? Is that what
It's Feeding the Ducks, bro. Have you never played Feeding the Ducks?
Yes, I have.
Yes, I have. It fucking slaps. It's the best music they've got.
Oh, goodness. Yeah.
But yeah.
Warfus says, what are the chances of having 4 boys all with autism? 100%! Apparently.
Yeah, it really?
It happened to me. So for me, it's 100%.
But has anyone ever turned around and said that's an anomalous thing? Or is that like...
It is. Well, so there's a lot of... I know a lot of families that have 3 young children with autism.
Because I didn't know it was hereditary.
My wife only thought maybe she could be autistic only after, the 4th one. And then she was like, oh, shit. So yeah.
Oh, shit. Well,
not trying to be a dick, but you've got to know that's not statistically possible unless you adopted them. Well, let me tell you, I did not adopt them.
I love how
they are.
I love how everyone thinks, because statistics and probabilities is one of these things that seems intuitive, but it's not. It's not even anywhere close to intuitive. The whole like there's entire fucking courses on it, like whole degrees that you can take on probabilities and statistics. It's it's one of the most counterintuitive things that you can think of. Like, people always think that they're great at getting the probability of something, and they're usually way off, because it's a different science than you'd think. I've skipped a bunch of comments here, so let's just go through them.
Well, I mean, what is it statistically? I mean, like, statistically, they say every airplane flight you get on is 1 in 800 that it's going to crash. But statistically, let's say my wife is on the spectrum. She had like antidepressant SSRI medication and whatever other medication. I mean, you start adding these things up, and your statistics, I'm as ADHD as possible. Like, you start adding this shit up, and you're like, maybe those statistics are pretty good.
Do you medicate for the ADHD? Because I used to, and it just made my throat itchy.
I have, so the medication I have is Vyvanse. It's meth. It's meth.
Yeah, I had Ritalin and dexamphetamines, which is the same as Adderall. But
yeah, it's all similar. I had Ritalin as a kid, so I have a bunch of it, but I don't actually use it.
Same. Yeah.
It turns me into a task completing heat seeking missile. which is fantastic.
I'll use the Ritalin if I need to get a bunch of shit done, but it makes my throat itchy. The dexamphetamines are much better on my thing. Hold on, I didn't read this. The line is, when there is actual harm and actual victims, and by actual harm, I don't mean feelings. The example that Third Ray the Fire gave regarding the kids is the one. He's talking about the free speech position. Actual victims of actual harm. Yeah, and Dan, this is where in real world laws come into play. Like there's coverage for that.
So you are allowed. You're allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater. You're allowed. Now, if you were to do that, and let's say there was
in harm,
and it resulted in harm, you wouldn't be charged for your speech. You would be charged probably for the negligence of being stupid because you know what would happen, but your speech would be fine.
Right, so that's where the coverage of other real-world laws will practically come in and take place where they need to. And like you say, it's not inherently the speech that's being punished. It's a factor of things around that statement of that speech. Like it's not inherently the speech itself. But it's one of those nuanced things. It's nuanced to such a degree that nobody understands it. Not well enough. You know what I mean? They confuse it all the time.
Yeah, so regular, normal adult content is free speech, right? And then so when you get to adult content featuring children, technically speaking, that's free speech. But most people, reasonable people, go, hey, that's a bridge too far. And then
it is, yeah.
And then we get to at least here in Canada. So when you have artistic works featuring nude children, it's basically where's the line of obscenity? Our Supreme Court says you know it when you see it, which is pretty vague and pretty stupid.
You know it when you see it. I've heard that before, right? You know it when you see it.
Yeah. So if
just open-ended, then. Yeah.
So maybe you have a 6-year-old girl, and she's laying in a pose. I don't know. Maybe her arm is draped like this. You can still see her business, but she's kind of in some kind of pose, and maybe she's holding a feather. There's some artistic merit to it or something. But if it was the same girl in a really awful position where she's like head down, ass up or something, where you're like, whoa, that's purely for some perv to get off to. Free speech is what we're the ugly end of free speech.
Yeah, we're discussing the ugly end of free speech, and Sean here is doing it in a much more eloquent fashion than I could, because I was just rambling shit before he joined and saved my stream.
So it's there has to be more than just I can look at this and get off to it. So, but still, that I know it when I see it. There's still some wiggle room in there that I'm like, I understand why that wiggle room is there, but you can take advantage of it, and I don't like it. I personally, my tastes would to move the line a little farther away, but that's just my preference.
We're talking about a legal definition of what is acceptable under free speech. You're talking, so is that right?
Yeah.
As opposed to leaving it up to, well, you know it if you see it. There should be more guardrails there regarding specific things, like, for example, CSAM, etc.
Yeah,
exactly.
Is that what you're
saying?
Yeah, exactly. So
because I can hear right now a bunch of the libertarians coming up and going, oh no, you can't do that. That's an encroachment on fucking. But the libertarian argument always goes into the worst possible direction every fucking time.
No, so I can respect a libertarian on many things.
Same.
But the libertarian arguments are shit.
They always end up in a disgusting place.
They are shit in the face of the. They're absolutely shit in the face of the progressive killdozer.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it.
Because because a conservative or somebody conservative minded and a libertarian can talk and they'll banter back and forth and whatnot. I mean, we respect the boundaries, but the progressives, they will push and they will march and they will plow their way through like a progressive killdozer. And the libertarians will go, oh, well, to each their own. Well, to each their own equals this nonsense in schools and, kids using litter boxes and cutting the tits and the dicks off of kids. Like, I mean...
And we're doing it here in Australia now, too. So, like, all that school shit, all of the gender unicorn and all that fucking crap, and all the drag shows for children, that's all here in Australia now. So if you think it was just a few select Marxist colleges around the most blue parts of the United States, it's not true. It's like it's infected this entire Commonwealth. And of course, I mean, I really don't have to say anything about Canada, where you can like literally go and the government will just offer you a way out if you're broke.
Yeah. If I can for a minute, Magoose, he says, I think can we gotta go back up
can
here.
Are you able to click on the stuff? How do I grant you the controls?
Controls to do what?
To like do this like so that you can pick comments and things. I have to add you as an admin, don't I?
No, you need to add me. So in StreamYard, if that's what you're talking about, you would need to add me as a co-host. That's a lot of privilege that I would never expect from you.
Can you just do that on the spot? Do you have to do it beforehand?
No, I think you can do it now. You'd have to go in your settings and you'd have to like put in my email and blah blah blah, and then I would accept it or whatever, and then I would have it's kind of a thing. But so Magoose here says, I think a better example would be a parent who takes a picture of their child in the bathtub being non-sexual versus something clearly sexual. That's actually a great point, because I have to take pictures of sensitive areas on my kids all the time, because my kids have because of their autism that it comes with autoimmune disease, like their skin's really really bad, and we have MRSA that runs through the house. That's methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus. And
you told me about that last time. It's horrifying.
Yeah, it's not cool.
Shit.
So sometimes on their they get like a horrific diaper rash, like eczema kind of thing, and their MRSA flares up like on their rear ends. So I gotta take a picture of the rear end
of
and
the
so I can,
inflammation.
Of the actual wound, but you might see a little bit of a ball sack or a butthole peeking out, and so I gotta send it to my wife, and so it's not that's not me sending adult content featuring children. That's literally like a medical communication from one parent to another. And so that's a part of the I know it when you see it. You look at that and you go, that's actually, you might want to get that checked out because that looks bad.
Yeah, and that's a delicate example. Like that's an example of a very delicate situation where it could it's I don't know what else I'm going to say to that. I don't want to say the wrong thing. But like, I see the point that you're illustrating there. There's certainly. Now, what else have I skipped out on here? What else have I skipped? User is here in the chat. Thank you for joining. Very vague. What the fuck did I just walk into? Okay, where's Vosh?
Oh,
you mean where is he on the free speech spectrum?
Man, he is at the absolutist, just about. Maybe not. I don't know. He's a bizarre one because he wants the kiddie stuff. He wants the lolly stuff. He wants to, I don't know, touch a child with a horse cock. Like, I mean, he's pretty out there.
He's way out there. He's too far out there for fucking. Yeah, he's too far out there.
He's pretty. Yeah, I'm not a fan of his. I don't like the things he has to say.
Libertarians. Did he end up putting out like because he said he was like, okay, fine, I'm gonna do a response video to this fucking incest shit that you found in my URL history. Did he end up doing that? Or did he?
He did if I remember correctly, he did like a big speech about basically like admitting, yes, he likes he likes horses and he wants to be a horse and he wants to do a woman as a horse because he likes the power of a horse, and then all this stuff like that. And it's
A
just
woman. He wants to do a woman.
Well,
I think that's the cope.
probably
That's
a young
lie.
woman. Probably a young woman. Who knows?
He's
But yeah, I was just
literally
like,
got homosexual. He wrote homosexual twice in his bio in case you could, unless that's supposed to, the second one's supposed to cancel the first one
well,
out.
I know he also wants to be done by a horse. He just
All right,
wants to feel the power, and I'm like, I was like, I don't know about this guy. Like I don't know. I don't know about this guy. I think.
I don't know about this guy.
So, like, the interesting thing is, and I always wonder this, is there's a shocking correlation between mental illness and leftism. But is it leftists have mental illness, or is it mental illness has leftists? I don't know, like, which one comes first?
Because we're making a distinction between like normal left, center left leaning people and leftists. Leftists being the extreme version, extreme
on the
progressive.
far end, yeah, where you're flirting socialism, that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, that's the extremist end. Yeah.
We're not talking about somebody who may disagree on the tax rate. We're talking about
we're not
who's
talking about people who think healthcare should be cheap. That's one thing. But like another thing to be like, oh, let's have drag shows for kids. That's a different level of
yeah, exactly. Yeah, in and around that area, they all have some sort of mental illness, and you're like, how are you where you are because you have it, or is it because you are where you are that it has you? Like, I don't know which.
I think it
first,
feeds
the chicken
itself.
or the egg.
I think what happens is the ideology brings them in, which degrades their mental health, which feeds and which then they return that poor mental health back into the ideology, and it becomes a vicious cycle. So the ideology brings them in, and there's really not much question about that, because this is these French fucking cunts like Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida, all of those weird fuckheads like that that invented all this stuff, and Marx and all these other weirdos who invented this shit. They're the ideas that rope the people in. Then the people just sort of, it became like I think that infected their brain, which in turn infected the ideology even further. And so it's just become like like its own feedback loop. You know what I mean now?
Yeah.
I think the ideology comes first, and I think the more
ideology definitely attracts them, says Magoose.
Daniel Rood, I knew this fella we all called Psycho Al, and he hooked up with his chick we called Crazy Aaron. They had a kid, and it turned out completely normal against all odds. It happened. Well, I'm happy for them, or happy for the child at least. And yes, I'm aware that we were not very creative when it came to nicknames. We smoked a lot of grass back then. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. It's infected the West. Sorry, I'm just catching up on all these chats because
it is creeping into Japan at this point.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Because they're like the most homogeneous society after fucking.
If I'm not mistaken, if I remember, and I have a terrible memory, I think it was like a kind of feminism that it started. It's like the woman's rights and stuff like that, and it's like, hey, listen, Japanese girls at this point, you need to be the most traditional female possible and get pregnant just repeatedly, barefoot and pregnant for the next 100 years.
So when did this start? This can't be that old. Japan was always in like pretty good shape for a while, wasn't? Weren't they? Like.
So I guess it's the ESG and the Troon stuff is as well.
Oh, fuck, there's heaps of comments here. Google banned a father because during COVID his son had to do a televisit and the doctor requested a picture of the affected area and Google labeled it. No way.
Yeah, see, they don't
fucking way.
When they know it when they see it, and it's like anything. Except when it really needs to be, and then they just leave it on for all the pervs.
Right, exactly right. Because if there's plenty of shit out there for perverts, but if some parent is trying to do the right thing, That just makes me upset. That makes me angry. That this is an eggshell glass walking convo indeed. He isn't free speech, lol. He is a degenerate. Oh, we're talking about Vorsh there. That video. Yes, he did. But it was dancing around the subject. I'm slightly confused. He said he wants... Oh, okay. He was trying to play it off like a joke or wouldn't want you. Okay. All right. Let's move on from Vorsh. I think we should move on from Vorsh. Did you see the true? What else? What have we got? Let's move on to here. There's an ideology like a tube from a butthole to a mouth. R.I.P. Akira Tokiyama? Who's that?
He did Dragon Ball. He was the creator of that, I believe.
Actually died?
Yeah.
Oh, rest in peace. The ESG is the Troon stuff. Okay, we've caught up. Okay, Japan tends to be less individualistic. That's their weakness to all the leftist crap. Yeah, I can see that. Now that you say that, I can see how that's taken hold. It's a bit of a shame. Did we end up, before I run away, did you end up explaining this and I just forgot? Or
no, I didn't explain it. You just forgot. Okay,
forgot.
so at Radix Verum is...
And I used to follow her. They've unfollowed me.
Is her handle. A lovely independent journalist and YouTuber named Christina Urso. She has done some really good reporting. Like, because of her reporting, there's things that we know that we wouldn't have known otherwise. For example, there was a dude, and I forget his name, who was who his January 6th case happened the day after Ray Epps, right?
Okay.
And he didn't get treated very well. And she was there, and he did significantly less. He was just sort of there, being like a journalist or whatever. And
remember.
Yeah,
and
so
wasn't he the plant?
She reported all of it, and I made a video all about it. And then only then, because it started getting out there and whatnot, the judge was like, okay, well, even though we said horrible things about you all along, well, I'm gonna either let him off or a slap on the wrist or something like that, because Ray Epps was the day before or whatever. And you just know if she wasn't there, like, reporting on it, and if Ray Epps hadn't been tried yet, this kid would have been thrown away forever. So, like, she does reporting like that. But this documentary, Kidnap and Kill, is it's all about the Fednapping case.
Right. So does it center, like, I imagine, like, it would center something around, like, all the missing children figures, like the astronomical figures that come out of places like Washington D.C. and places like that.
Well, I think Kidnap and Kill is what the FBI told these guys to do. So it's all about how there's, like, just was it five like bumpkins, right? I think one of them had, like, autism or something. I think they called him Captain Autism. And so there was more feds in their group than actually dudes, right? And so from top to bottom, it was just the feds' idea. They gave them the money, they gave them the plan, they helped them do the recon. It was top to bottom. It was all the feds. And this is
all your tax money, guys. This is what you're paying for.
Yeah,
and just set people up.
Yeah, and all it was a couple guys. Was it six? Was it 6 dudes there? Just some 6 dudes that wanted, or they were upset with the governor because of, like, all the COVID policies and whatnot. They were just dudes pissed off. I mean, I'm probably pissed off with your government. I certainly was furious with mine.
Oh, dude, I was trying to put B-roll into a Julian Assange video I did the other day. It didn't even have, like, it was just about 5-10 seconds of B-roll of, like, this has been a horrible few years. Fucking made me choke up. It made me choke up just watching it. Like, 3-4 years later, it made me so angry. I was just, like, upset about it. And it was just like, still, after all this time, it's difficult for me to watch.
Yeah,
That's
so
the shit they did.
this film basically goes through all of that up until like just recently, right? And then she's put a lot of money, and she's a small independent journalist, right? And so she's done this professionally with colorists and like the people who do the music, and just like she's done it professionally.
Should we play the trailer?
Um,
Or will I get she be angry about that, do you think?
oh no, I know she won't be angry, although I don't know if it gets claimed. I don't know. I haven't played it yet.
We'll talk through it. We'll do EFAP. What do we do? The governor.
Yeah, and so
It's the Fed entrapment case.
so she had a paid account, right?
Yes.
A paid account on Twitter. This is where we're going with this. And so the account was at K&K Film. So there was no word kidnap. There was no word kill.
Gotcha. So it can't have been busted on those.
Originally, I thought it was that. And then she said to me, actually, you know what? I don't think so. I don't think the algorithm is
Hold on, it's back.
It's back.
Is this breaking news?
This might be breaking news.
Is this back?
This is, oh my God, this wasn't back. This is actually breaking news. I wonder if she knows this. I just talked to her a little while ago.
Oh, let's have a look. Actually, let's just do a little. What happened to that fucking music? It slaps.
That's at K&K Film, right?
Yeah, K&K Film. Hold on. Where's my? I want to put the music back on. Oh, there. Okay. Hey, did they reinstate your?
Yeah, I just sent her a private message. So soon Christina will be on my channel, and we're gonna talk about all of this.
Yeah, right.
And yeah, so I'm actually really excited about that. But yeah, so it was a paid account, and it was everything was
yeah, because this one's got a check mark.
Yeah, it was a paid account, and then everything was fine, and they just took it down, and so she asked them again. They're like, "Hey, is something wrong here? Like, what's going on?" And they said, "Listen, we thoroughly reviewed it very carefully.
Yeah, I just had that up on the screen. Where was
very
that?
carefully, and we've decided that it violates." She's like, "It doesn't violate anything. What are you doing?" And then yeah, so we've been like retweeting this like mad, like making. I don't know how many tweets I have about it.
I got buzzed about it early this morning, and I didn't even fucking know about it, and now I do.
I put all kinds of tweets. So I think it's pretty great how some small accounts.
Oh, hold on. It says your account is permanently in read-only mode, which means you can't post, repost, or like content. So it might still be.
No, so when you would look at it, it would say this account was like blocked, or this account, it wouldn't even show up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the fact that you got it up, that's a new thing. That's a breaking thing.
Should you try it on your end? Maybe it's geo-blocked.
Hey, that would be interesting.
Because they've done that before. I don't know about with regards to this case, but they've geo-blocked stuff in the past.
K&K Film. People. Oh, it says no results for K&K Film.
Yeah, but I had to go and click on the actual when I went to search for it. I didn't know Kanye West was back on Twitter either. Who knew?
Oh, yeah, I can't search for it. It's shadow banned.
It's shadow banned, yeah.
I can click on K&K Film.
And it brings it up?
Yeah. So it's shadow banned. It's back. So that's what they've done. They've brought it back, but they've shadow banned it.
Yeah, that should hopefully lift at some point soon. Let's have a look. Yeah, search suggestion ban. Yeah, and that's what you just experienced there. So now these things, this used to be a really good way to test if you were properly shadow banned, and it does still do these particular things, but it doesn't measure the new way that Twitter deboosts you depending on like what tier of payment you have towards, you know, Twitter Premium, or like if you said any bad shit before, like it will deboost you separate from all of these little indicators that you can find on here. So this is not even really a complete way of being able to tell anymore. It's just fucking everything's fucked. All the incentives have changed, and it's not fun anymore.
Yeah, so I was saying that I was like, listen, if X is gonna do the same stuff that Twitter did, I'm just gonna call it Twitter. It doesn't. I
have done that anyway. Yeah, it isn't. It is Twitter. It's the same bit of code.
If it's gonna act like Twitter, then I'm just gonna call it Twitter.
Right, and you'll notice they still haven't replaced all the fucking little birds yet either. Because even in my little email the other day, where was it? See the little bird? Stupid cunts. But yeah, fascinating. Oh no, not that one. Fascinating that it's just been reinstated. But I wonder if when was the last post on it?
Well, I'll have to make a tweet being like, K&K Film is back, but it is search and as a search suggestion ban? Yeah, and probably shadow banned. But you know, that's. I guess that's something. I'm pretty sure I've been deboosted. I mean, that's... And the thing that I hate so much is all of the words, the special trigger words, and Libs of TikTok did her experiments and found like 50 or whatever words, and some of them are stupid words, where if you type that word, the algorithm immediately downranks and deboosts your entire tweet, even if it was
this a thing that Kaya did, like a test?
Yeah, so she would basically know on average what a tweet got, right? And then she would put out, you know, if it had the word rape in it, it got massively. So now people are like typing words, but they're putting asterisks in, and I'm like, okay, great. So this is actually heavy censorship. I don't want to have to read through all the asterisks, and so it's like rape, murder, like penis or whatever. It's just the stupidest words like that, right? And it's because they're like, oh, the advertisers. I'm like, fuck the advertisers, because listen, I can have the most profanity laden like YouTube video, and let's be honest, if you guys don't know who I am, check out my channel. It's funny, and
it is funny.
I cuss like a sailor, and it's YouTube will say, hey, listen, we can't put an ad on that video. You can't be monetized for that. Like, what are you thinking? And I'm like, well, I am who I am, so whatever. And they say, that's fine. Then they put the ad on the video, then they get the money. Yeah. And I'm like, you're a bunch of cunts. Like, what are you
fucking
doing?
Liars. You go through all of my shit, there'll be ads on it.
It's like, dude, I promise you, Joe Biden wants his ad on my video because he wants to reach the people that I'm talking to.
User is 100% correct here. Engagement happens when you make people mad. I hate social media. Just look at the Tim Boy Samira BS. I'm not sure what that little bit is, but you're fucking totally on the money with and like Facebook put a lot of R&D into this.
All right, so there is some plastic fucking 304 bitch, right? She's an absolute hoe. 304. And yeah, because so if you take the word 304 and turn it upside down on a calculator, you get HOE.
Oh, that's so juvenile and funny. I can't believe I never thought of that.
Anyways, so it's this woman. She's all like plastic and gross. Okay, I mean, let's be honest. I wouldn't fuck her with your dick. So,
We're on
She-
YouTube, by the way.
She,
But yeah,
I'm
I
walking
don't know
that
what
line.
they are against. Like you can say all sorts of like fucking cunt and all sorts of stuff, but if you like denigrate a certain kind of person, then they'll cut your stream. It's
Yes.
weird.
Okay, so this chick, this Samira, she's shitting on this woman from like Georgia or Alabama or whatever, right? And this Hannah whoever, right?
Yeah.
Some plastic garden tool from Lebanon.
That's
Perfect.
fucking. That just made me laugh.
That's perfect. Perfect.
Sorry.
Yeah. So she's shitting on this girl, Hannah something or other from like Georgia or Alabama. She's got a really thick Southern accent. She's like building a house and she's doing manly things. She's super beautiful, super feminine, except she's kind of got the tomboy kind of look because she's like building a house and doing like construction. And all
I
that.
saw that.
Yeah, and so this Samira broad is like shitting all over her and being like, oh, tomboys suck, blah 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 blah. You shouldn't be attracted to her.
Last night. Yeah.
And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, I would pick this broad. At first, she was shitting on her accent, and I think her accent is hot.
Yeah, it was
so
really
hot.
thick. Yeah, but she was great. Yeah, this bird.
This broad, yeah,
This is it.
yeah, she is a tasty dish.
Let's listen.
Good morning, y'all. Quick update on the house because I've been pretty terrible about giving y'all these. We took a little break for noodling season, and
She is. She's beautiful. Like
Dude,
she's
she's
like
fit.
fucking smoking.
She's fit, yeah.
And she's got a fun. I think she sounds fun. She seems fun, like a fun chick. Like
Yeah,
you'd have
then-
a beer with her.
Yeah, then there was
Just Friday, and we can do it at our own pace. But
then there
here
was
she
some
is
guy.
with the same-
Some guy Andrew Tate follows, or he follows Andrew Tate. He's the wish.com Andrew Tate, and he posted a different video of this girl, right? And he was like, if you like tomboys, it's only because you're gay. And it's a different video, and I'm looking at, and she's in like this little outfit, and she's talking about like fucking like 50 feet of pecs, and I'm like, I need this video to be longer because I'm just about there, if you know what I mean. Like, she is just so pretty. She's like, her accent, she's incredibly feminine. It's just she knows how to like fucking put a truss on a house. That's awesome.
What was the fucking manufactured outrage? This accent needs to be illegal, and women should be banned from doing manual labor like this. There is nothing feminine about American women. American women are literally men.
Yeah.
Really? I mean,
Listen.
this is fucking just
all that wood, a darker brown, and the shutters when we get that on.
she's
Have
petite
handrails, of
and
course.
like
There's the carport over there.
She's fit and she's feminine.
yeah, she is
But
feminine. What the fuck are you talking
All
about?
these trusses are going to be exposed, and we're going to have old tin in the ceiling. Got Daddy and Paul up there working on a wall.
Daddy, she's a country girl. She loves her daddy, and she's hands on. Fuck, man, she'd be able to like. That's what more do you want?
Yeah, don't play too much further in this because then you start to hear the Def Leppard. Although feeding the ducks
okay.
might cover it up though.
I know what you mean. Yeah, no, it's all right. We get the point.
But yeah, so she's super feminine. I'm like, man, listen, if she was in a bikini, I'd be smashing my hat off a fucking brick wall because I'd like,
That Hannah chick reminds me of Rachel Lee Cook in the movie Scorched.
Oh, she does like Rachel Lee Cook. Even when in what's that movie that the big one that she's all that.
All right.
A little bit, eh?
A little bit, eh? Yeah, a little bit. Same vibe. I think she's prettier than this girl, though. She's prettier than this Rachel chick.
No, we're not hating on Def Leppard. We don't want Google.
It's the copyright shit.
We don't want the
Def
copyright.
Leppard's awesome. Fucking love Def Leppard. Are you kidding, man?
We don't want the copyright strike. So that's all. We're just
Animal.
avoiding.
That's my favorite. Is that Def Leppard? Sure it is. Animal.
Def Leppard's drummer had one arm.
See, Jay would do that. Jay would do that, bird. Who would?
Yeah, you would.
Even gay dudes would do that.
Y'all, quick update on the house. 'cause
Quick
I've been-
update on the house.
Yeah, it's
people would jump
that's
the fence for her.
That's fantastic. You know, that's a woman that you can actually pull her hair.
You're obsessed with that. Fucking pulling the head.
Well, yes,
This is a
little
normal
bit.
day for me in Texas. You men, you help your men build. Yeah, Texan women, are they lit like more down to earth? Southern girls, Southern belles.
And then at the very
Medistat,
end,
welcome to the stream.
at
Don't
the
be
very
hating
end
on Def Leppard.
of this video, I think it's this video. She then maybe it's got to be this one, and then she's like, okay, this is all this, but in the meantime, you can like use promo code whatever for this really cool gun holster. And I'm like, oh, that's wife material.
Oh, she's like advertising ADCs and shit at the end. Oh, looks like she is. Is this the Def Leppard bit?
I
can't stand it how Twitter does this. The whole fucking infrastructure just doesn't.
My chat
Can't
is
scrub.
my chat's always like, yep, that's Sean's Canadian internet. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? That's
I've got fucking Australian 5G internet.
And then the
So they're
walkway
reading
to
my
the carport.
brains. They're reading
But
my
you can
mind.
also use my code Hannah25 for 25% off We the People holsters. Hope y'all have a good one. Appreciate y'all. Good morning, y'all. Quick
Yeah,
update.
that-
I didn't hear any Def Leppard. I
Well-
see her t-shirt. That's cool.
you actually just gone right past it. So she walks through and she's like, and we're listening to Def Leppard.
Oh, I did hear that bit. Yeah. But you can't. That wouldn't content match.
Well, maybe not with what feeding the ducks. But yeah, she's feminine. Like the thing is, if she was like a Dylan Mulvaney, I'd be like, all right, okay, not all Southern belles, okay, but like,
Oh, look, you can see the icons in the chat now. StreamYard fixed it.
oh, that's cool.
See how? Remember when you used to put emojis in the chat? It never used to translate through to StreamYard.
I don't do much streaming on YouTube.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered regardless of what platform. It just the emojis never used to translate through. They used to just come up as random text strings. Now they actually work.
And
That's
the
cool.
reason why I can't stream on YouTube very well is because I have a potty mouth, but also beside the live counter, there's that number of who's watching you, how many people are watching you on YouTube, and when it's a 0, it stares at me like the Eye of Sauron. I panic. And then it goes up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm like, oh my god, I don't know what to do now. Oh my god, and then it starts. I'm like, what do I do with my hands? And then all of a sudden it starts 3, 2, 1, 0, and Sauron's looking at me again. I'm like, I've lost my people. I'm a terrible content creator. Why am I doing this?
I went through all those motions before. Like, I tried to go live 3 times. Like, so I'd invited a different guest on today. Like, Cosmic, he's my buddy who usually comes on regularly. He was like, are you going to send me the link or not? And then, like, an hour and a half, I woke up later. I'm like, oh, shit, sorry, dude. No show today. I thought it was, like, hours ago already. Like, I fucking lost a day, and then I lost another half a day somehow. So I tried to go live 3 times. The first time was just a complete waste. The second time I was like, fuck it, let's just go live. And then like within 2 minutes of streaming, I scrolled into some shit from Haiti where some guy was literally barbecuing a human leg. And so I'm like, okay, I've got to delete that one.
What?
I've got to delete that. So I had to like get rid of that stream and come back live again. I'm like, fuck it, I'm doing something today. I'm definitely going live. And then the third time I was lucky. I had good people in the chat to talk to. I had yourself kindly come in and save me from myself.
Well, I only knew that you were on because Jay reached out and was like, "Hey, join." I'm like, "Oh, is he on? That's cool." And then
Jay's the lad. Jay's always there to save our ass. Thanks, brother.
I was in the middle of getting all my kids to bed. I'm like, "Oh, okay, I'll just do that." And then yeah. Anytime you're on at like whatever time,
I forgot that you
throw me a link.
For whatever reason, I forgot that you're always active later. And so I was like, oh, no, everyone's going to be in bed by now because it's Sunday.
No,
like
dude, you
midnight.
throw me a link, man. Oh, come on. I do like streaming.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
You're better at it than I am.
Streaming on YouTube. When I'm the dude streaming on YouTube, it scares me. But when I'm a guest, it's fine. I don't have the eyes Sauron staring at me. I have no idea how many people are in chat. I have no idea. It's fine.
I've sort of resigned to the not really putting much effort in now. Like it's less stressful that way. Like I didn't even make a thumbnail for this until I was already live. I'll probably change it again now.
That's an all right thumbnail.
I literally just did that in 2 seconds. But what should we change it to?
I don't know.
I need to put a picture on there. I don't know. I'll think of it later. But yeah.
I'm trying to.
Leopard. There's a chick at school we used to call Def Leopard. She was deaf.
Stands to reason. I guess it makes sense. For my
stream,
she was
cool, though. She was hilarious. She was one of our best mates.
For my streams, I'm trying to get like a thumbnail that's mostly the same, and then I can just throw on one image or 2 images, and then
yeah, so it's easier to just update and slap on.
Yeah, so Saturday nights, we were talking about the death of wokeness, which may be happening, believe it or not.
I mean, you can only go so far before everyone's fucking done with it, right?
So
I would have thought it's run its lifespan already.
Portland, Oregon is recriminalizing drugs.
Oh, why?
Because they didn't know that when you let all the druggies have all the drugs they want, the druggies die and do crime.
Well, they're not doing it properly. They're not doing. So what? They're just handing them out drugs instead of having actual injection rooms. Like we've got here, up around the corner here, we've got injection rooms. And
is this a Hannah girl?
Yeah, I think it is.
I hear you, baby.
She's like,
maybe catch her again someday, like we've caught her before. We'll probably.
I'm not. What is she doing to this poor fish?
Appreciate y'all.
She's
Everybody
molesting the
asks
fish.
if we hurt
It's
these
freaking me
fish.
out, man.
Well, for one,
But her body is fantastic.
that guy in there. I don't know. We've been doing it for years. This is probably one from this year, but obviously the fish is fine. The way I grab them is when they come up and bite me, I grab them with this hand. That's why I always get chewed up here.
She
And
is.
then I run this arm between their gill and their gill plate.
She's something else this
You
bad.
can run it between without hurting the gills. Because see, it's between the gills and the gill plate.
I mean, I
Arm
can
goes through. Gills are not messed up because all the pressure's going on there.
I can see how she's getting people in a tizzy. People are, because she's hot as fuck, and
Yeah.
she's she's probably more masculine than most guys.
Well,
The soy boys that are out today.
but,
I mean,
but so it's okay. So I don't know if masculine is correct there because she's super
wrong word.
feminine, right? But she's knowledgeable in the things that men should be knowledgeable in.
yeah. What's the word I'm searching for there?
I don't even
You're right.
know what
It's
that
not
word
masculine.
is.
It's not the right word.
She's
That's not-
knowledgeable in the skills that I would want when the zombies come.
Well, she has masculine traits. I mean, she's not masculine in appearance, but she has masculine traits.
She
Which I
definitely
think are
she has some know-how. That's for sure, and I think that's fantastic. I
think it is too.
I wouldn't fuck around with a fish. I'd be like, oh my god, it's going to eat me.
There, look how big that cunt is. Remember the day when people would just use 8008?
Yeah, boobs.
Yeah, boobs. I might do that for this thumbnail.
Yo, that's what I was saying. Okay, so on the thumbnail I just did, we were talking about how America is
Awake or awake. That's clever.
America is becoming unwoke, right? And so a bunch of places are repealing woke policy, which then spun into a conversation about breasts, about boobs. Sydney Sweeney's boobs, to be specific, because it's that her boobs have sparked a culture war row because conservatives are like, yay, finally we're putting beautiful women with large breasts. It's Generation Z's Pamela Anderson, basically. And then all the leftists were like, no. right? So that's basically what that was. So on my thumbnail, I put Sydney Sweeney and her big, luscious breasts.
She
That's
does
what
have a nice rack, this
That's a
girl.
nice rack of lamb.
She has a great rack.
Yeah, I would this 10 out of 10, like 10 times out of 10 instead of this what do we say, Lebanon plastic.
Yeah, and look, she's not
Thing.
fucking. I don't think she hasn't done any work done or anything. That she's pretty natural looking, isn't she? So I don't think I can't spot any.
But she's fit, and so she has like she has some strength to her, and
Yeah, she doesn't have fake lips. She doesn't have fucking. She might have Botox. I don't know, but she doesn't look like she's done any.
I
work
don't
on there.
think she would have Botox.
It's a great view there. I'll just leave it like that. She's genuine. Tongue face. She is a tomboy. Like a proper tomboy. She's a normal tomboy. Exactly.
There's nothing wrong, but for some reason the left has a thing against tomboys because what happens
they want
is
to cut their tits off.
what happens is so there's two kinds of tomboys. There's a tomboy who's just a girl like this or a lesbian, and they're like, well, we're gonna make all the lesbians into boys.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to shame these ones into being girly.
Neither.
And it's like, why are you doing that? Like, leave the tomboys alone.
So they want to erase gender. She doesn't have half her ass injected into her face. That's something. Yeah. That's what I was getting at. I don't think she's had any obvious work done. Tomboy doesn't mean you look like a boy. Yeah, no, it's about the
It's about the things, the hobbies,
behavior, the attitude. Yeah,
and
the
interest. And the knowledge. Oh, I can fix a car. Or I can roof a, I can put shingles on a roof. That kind of thing.
Jay, I made you a mod on my Rumble channel as well, by the way. But I don't think we're live there at the moment. But I figured if you're good enough to be Sean's mod, you're good enough to be my mod. I just I wish Rumble was full of more real people. I ain't seen her in anything, but Sweeney does have a spectacular rack. Plastic garden tool.
Yep.
They want to turn all the tomboys. It's evil.
Fish is fine.
Yeah, so the boys that want to pretend to be girls, there's a surgery for that, right? The girls that want to be that pretend to be boys, there's a surgery for that. What do the non-binary folks do? Did you know there's now a surgery for that?
Oh, come now.
Because it was easy to be non-binary. You could just say it. You could I dream a genie, blam, and then you're non-binary. In fact, I just did it. And
multiple times in a day.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go back. Boom, there I'm back. So they've decided, because that's too easy. It's too easy to be non-binary. You can come and go, and you're not putting your money where your mouth is. They've come up with a surgery for that. It's called the mannequin.
What, they're just turning them into eunuchs?
They flatten everything. They flatten everything. So if you're a boy, I mean, you don't lose your tits because you got nothing there. But they take your dick and your balls and they flatten it. If you're a girl, they take your breasts and they flatten your bottom. So you're a mannequin. It was in the WPath files that leaked just a little while ago. I got a video on that too at Third Railify on YouTube and Rumble. Check me out. Mostly subscribe. I mean, check all you want, but mostly subscribe.
Wasn't there an album cover, like a Marilyn Manson album cover?
Yeah, it's like the Dope Show.
Was it People Equal Shit, or what was it?
I thought it was the Dope Show. Was it the Dope Show?
Yeah. There it is, like that. Although that's got boobs.
Yeah,
it's probably a little bit too much for what.
Yeah, so it was in the WPath files that they're doing the mannequin look. And so the goal is to be completely flat. It's fucking shocking.
Yeah, that's a little bit yuck. Not really cool with that. Marilyn Manson album cover? Yep. We just saw. I couldn't zoom in on it, otherwise YouTube would probably fucking take my stream out. The nudity. Do they feel
Do they
not legitimate as non-binary? Yeah, I mean, they're not. Though.
Well, you're not putting
That's
your
the
money where
thing.
your mouth is, because Demi Lovato, right? That's, she was once upon a time a tasty little dish, but Demi Lovato all of a sudden was like, oh my God, I'm non-binary, I'm trans, I'm one of you. We are the same. LGBTQ elemental P, we're the same. Yay, I'm non-binary. Also, I have an album. Will you buy it?
That's
And
the
then-
fucking biggest lie, though. They've never been the same. The lesbians and gay guys have never been the same. They've been completely separate tribes since forever.
Well, yeah,
but
but
it's a lie
listen,
to put them all in the same community.
after she made her money on her album, she was like, actually, you know what? I did the I Dream of Jeannie. Blam. I'm a woman now, actually, because this is what I realized. And her story was like this. Actually, I realized that when I was going to the restroom and I looked up and I saw the woman sign, and I realized that woman sign like spoke to me. I am a woman. I'm not non-binary. Thanks for buying my album. I was like, that's the biggest fucking fraud ever. Oh my God.
I'm interested. I wonder if they've replied to this. I no longer are previous accounts. Is there any news about the return of the accounts? What? They are no longer our previous accounts. Is there any news about return of the accounts? No. Not sure what you mean.
They're
Like I can't type. Did what's the name respond to you?
no, she usually passes out by like 11 o'clock.
Oh yeah, because
PM.
it's
She
super
usually
late
passes
now.
out, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, while I've got you here, viewers, if you'd like to support me on Twitter, you could just go to the little button and click on subscribe. Oh, see, it's $5 a month. I can't change that. They won't let me change it for whatever reason. They will not let me change the price. Or it works out to be about $8 Australian a month. You know, it's annoying. Anyway, what else is going on? What do you think of this the State of the Union address?
It was scary.
It was fucking scary, wasn't it?
He was saying
on a war.
He was saying some incredibly authoritarian things. It was and so the content of it was horrifying, but the way he was delivering it was also horrifying. Like there was doctors, and I mean it's a bit of a it takes one to know one. Doctors are going, yeah, he's on amphetamines, and
Well,
this was
actually this was the thumbnail for my this is the one that I cancelled earlier today. This was the thumbnail. He got Adderall trending on Twitter like during the SO2 address. So if you ever needed any more fucking evidence.
Well, there was so I had an article. I didn't really go into much on my stream yesterday, but it was like a psychologist or a doctor or whatever was like, yeah, he's on amphetamines of some kind. Maybe Adderall, maybe Vyvanse, maybe Ritalin, maybe meth, maybe actual meth, but he's on an amphetamine.
Was just Desoxyn is just the pharmaceutical, and there's very, very little difference between Desoxyn and levoamphetamine or dexamphetamine, which is Adderall. Desoxyn is literally just methylamphetamine in its pharmaceutical form, and they still prescribe that for certain attention deficit disorders and all sorts of stuff. It's just because it became so stigmatized because of street use.
Did you say the other one is lisdexamphetamine?
There's dextroamphetamine. It's either dexamphetamine or dextroamphetamine. They have different ways of naming it, but it's basically
Vyvanse is lisdexamphetamine.
There's also levoamphetamine, which
so
tickles the other half of the brain. So dextroamphetamine is used to treat attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So these are the ones that I have, and then there's also the other one that I have is methylphenidate, which is Ritalin.
It's Crazy.
So I have those two, but I don't take them anymore since my heart had,
So I guess what
problems.
lisdexamfetamine does, which is Vyvanse, I guess it gives your body all of the ingredients to make a cake, and then your body puts the cake together.
Yeah, Vyvanse. Yeah, lisdexamfetamine. It'd be very closely related.
It makes you make the meth. So it gives
Your
you
body, like it turns your body into the factory.
Exactly. So it's
Right.
like here's the ingredients for meth. Now go make it. And so I only take it when I have like a really big day. Like
Yeah,
I got
like
a
when I need
lot
to
of
do
shit
an
to do because
inspection cleanup.
I know
I'll take
I'm
a
not
few
sleeping
rituals.
that night. I'm not sleeping that night because it feels like my head is full of bees. I can't sleep. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm
Full of
totally wiped
bees.
physically, but my head is full of bees. I can't do it. And then the next day, I'm exhausted, and I feel like I'm in an emotional black hole. I'm in a dopamine deficit.
Mm.
Like I'm
Well,
just.
that's what we get because we have. That's what the ADHD is, though, isn't it? It is it's a deficit of norepinephrine and.
So we have less
dopamine, is it not?
Yeah. So we make less dopamine than than a neurotypical person,
yeah.
right? So less dopamine. We have less receptors for it, and we don't hold on to it long enough. So we're constantly trying to keep dopamine up.
Right.
So, we might jerk off 10 times a day just to be normal.
And I think also people confuse dopamine with being an entirely pleasure-based thing. It's not necessarily pleasure. It does signify it signifies importance, and it's some kind of reward. We interpret that as a reward in the moment. But I don't think it's necessarily just the love thing or the happy thing. It's slightly...
serotonin is love.
Yeah, that's the serotonergic system is slightly different again, isn't it? So like, it's people think the dopamine is just like the happiness hormone, but it's I think a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah,
I think it more signifies importance.
System.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, I didn't even watch it. He wasn't going to say anything that wasn't going to surprise me or change my mind of wanting the government destroyed.
Let me tell you, Daniel number 2, you were fucking wrong. Let me tell you.
What do you mean? About
because
which
you know
part?
Which Lincoln Riley. That was a surprise and a half.
And the way he brought it up as just like he
did it. It's spite.
He did it to escape out of an awkward situation where Maggie Greene was heckling him. So all of a sudden you could see him. He's like, "Oh fuck, I don't know what to say."
He did it out of spite. He was like, "Bitch, I'll show you, bitch. I got this fucking thing. If only her name were
bitch in
on
here.
it.
I'm gonna fucking parade that around."
If it's just like he did it out of spite and he got it so wrong. But then, oh my god. He the only thing that he said that was real and genuine when he was like, and she was murdered by an illegal. Yes, that's true. But then the next day,
people to be saying that.
The next day, he didn't apologize for saying Lincoln Riley. What he did was he apologized to the left for saying her killer was an illegal.
How fucking back to front is this planet, man?
It's so bad.
It's so fucked up.
He like flubbed and stammered like over 100 times. There was like a counter going. There was like over 100 times. I think I lost track of like 105 times. He was like flubbing his words and gaffing and all that. It was brutal. And then to start it with like Ukraine is over, man. It's done. And then to be like, oh, well,
Adderall shortage right now. There's an Adderall shortage? How the fuck did that happen? So this month I had to get Dextro. That is Adderall though. Dextroamphetamine is just the same thing, is it not?
So there is an Adderall shortage, and there has been for a couple years now, and so they've actually reformulated it, and a lot of people are complaining that it's just not the same.
Well, because it might be the Australian version. So the Australian version is... So yeah, right. So the Australian version, we don't have Adderall. It's just called dexamphetamine. And it literally just has dextroamphetamine in it. whereas Adderall has dextroamphetamine and levoamphetamine in. I think it is. I'm not a chemist, and I'm not. This isn't medical advice. Please don't take it as such. But I believe there is an extra ingredient in Adderall that we don't have here, and that may be what it is. You're taking the dextroamphetamine version, which is the same that Australians use.
Yeah, people are
and maybe
hating
that's
it, like
why.
it's not good. I'm still cloudy. I'm not
Really? I used to have like 6 of them before the gym, and it was great.
Yeah. Also, he did straight up. As Magoose pointed out, fucking straight up threaten the Supreme Court. They're sitting there.
Oh yeah, he did.
He's looking right at them, threatening them. It's like,
He did that.
you're such a cunt. Like you are like. And he kept bringing up Trump, but not man enough to say Trump. It's like, if you're gonna say
Right.
my predecessor,
My predecessor.
times, just say Trump. Like, you may as well just call him, an asshole
It's
or something.
phonetically way less jarring. You'd think his minders would have been like, "Whoa, there's a lot of syllables in that one, pedo Pete. Let's wind it back to just Trump." Everyone knows that word. I'm surprised he got through he did have some fumbles, but I thought there would be a whole lot more. I
There's
really did.
105 of them.
Yeah, but they weren't his regular. They weren't his regular fumbles. Like he was
true shot under
struggling.
pressure.
Yeah, they weren't like it wasn't shoot without a shot under pressure.
There's a handful of them.
It was more slurring. It was just like
And then God, there was one about about him like losing, or he's gonna lose or something like that, and then the next day he was like, "Oh yes, the worst thing ever that happened on July 6th."
Oh yeah, Pearl Harbor. Fucking hell! Like it was the biggest comedy.
And
Like
he's
it
like,
was
"I need you to send me to Congress." For what?
Yeah, send him to Congress
Like what?
so he can sit in the corner.
Oh man, he's just he's got a disaster. He's gonna I don't know.
So the dex ramp is different from my normal arrow. Yeah, and I think that is what
A lot.
by the sounds of it, you're like on the Australian version, which is it's technically supposed to do the same job, but there are slight differences in it. There's a certain amphetamine salt that's missing.
Yeah, so I'm not much on Reddit anymore. Sometimes
I'm banned.
anymore, but I sometimes hang out in the ADHD subreddit, and they're always talking about medications and stuff like that. And for like the last year or two, they've been a constant discussion is how Adderall has been reformulated and it's just not given the kick, and nobody knows what to do. I'm like, I don't got that problem. I got Vyvanse. It's fine until I crash, and then I'm a disaster. And oh man, so when I first got on it and I took it for every day for like a week, I started to go crazy. I'd see and hear things.
I'm not paying 50 cents for this shit again.
Oh, use copy and paste the thing and go to an archive and you know.
Yeah.
You know what to do.
Fucking hell. Archive.org, yes. Yeah, but they're not always.
Wayback Machine is gay. Where do?
It's archive.org.
It's the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
What is?
Isn't that the same thing?
No. What? I forget the
Wayback
one that I
Machine.
use. Which one do I use?
There's a bunch of different ones. Yeah, look, there is some here. Let's go to the latest one.
Because the Wayback Machine, it actually goes and it erases stuff. You can't find things on Taylor Lorenz because they scrub it for her.
Fucking stupid bitch. All right, people with ADHD claim that Adderall is different now. What's going on? Since the nationwide shortage started, some have said their medication no longer helps with their symptoms, but there could be other factors at play. Videos of people who claim that their medication is no longer effective have recently catapulted through TikTok. In one, someone clutches a prescription bottle, rattling the pills as she shakes her fist. That just sounds like regular TikTok to me, to be fair. I don't know if that's the best place to go and look for this sort of like reliable information.
Well,
They're giving us...
I don't put faith in TikTok. I hate TikTok.
No,
I hope it gets banned.
Crazy Chi-Com shit. What does they say? They're giving us quote unquote fake Adderall during the shortage. The caption reads, "The Adderall isn't Adderalling." So what is the problem? Tolerance build up? No, that's just... See, this is some what do they call that? Gaslighting bullshit, that is. Oh no, you're just getting used to it all of a sudden overnight.
No way, man.
All together.
No, because
Switching
these people have been taking it for like 10 years, the exact same. Then all of a sudden they're like, no, this is different. I know
that's
it's
not
different
a tolerance
because I know
build-up,
my
that's
constant, and now I'm different.
Yes. So this is all just... This whole article is just like, no, it's in your head.
It's a
nothing's
gaslight
changed.
article.
It's a gaslight article. Fuck you.
I fucking see. I hate so you and I, and likely our chat, because anyone who's gonna watch us is probably gonna be clever. We know that the media does that, but some John Q citizen, some normie who has no idea, they're gonna read that and be gaslighted, and it makes me fucking angry.
Yes, and they'll believe it. Anyone who's not affected by
And then they're
ADHD
like, oh no,
or
it's
familiar with
fine.
it, they'll be like, yeah.
I'm like, it's not
Or
fine.
anyone
It's
who's...
changed. I read the
Anyone...
I read the Washington. No, it was the I read the New York Times. Yeah, that's how I know you're wrong.
Yeah, the New York Times are cunts. Like, I did pay for their paywall for a little bit because I thought, oh, I'm going to be telling the news and stuff, but it's only 50 cents for a month. I'll pay that. And I'm like, no, they just lie to me. Just fucking lie to me. I'll stick with caffeine and sweet leaf. I don't think I'd like to be used like a lab rat for Big Pharma. Look, Disoxin and Adderall have been around for like... Amphetamine salts have been used in deficit disorders for years. Like, it's not like... It's nothing new. It's just that, they've got a high degree of... They've got what's the word I'm reaching for? There's a high chance of abuse with these kinds of drugs, and they act on the body in a pretty intense kind of way, so that they're like immediately effective. So yeah, I think... Where was I going with that?
But if I can for a minute, you know what's really funny?
I'm lost because I've got fucking ADHD and I haven't taken my pills.
My pharmacy is like, listen, dude, this is an incredibly addictive drug. You're very likely gonna get hooked on this, so just be careful, okay? You gotta plan out your prescriptions. So you can't run out. If you run out, it's not gonna be great for you.
I got stacks of the shit.
And then I take a bunch, and then I'm like, oh, whoops, I forgot to take my super addictive pill again.
Right.
It's so super addictive to me. I can take it when I want, and when I don't want, I'm the master of my domain when it comes to the super addictive
see what they're
shit.
doing. They're treating you as if you're somewhat like some junkie, like other people that go in there and lie to get their Adderall prescription. Hold on. I'll be back.
It's like I can.
Hold on.
I could probably do like lines of cocaine and then be like, no, it's fine. I'm not amped up. I just want to clean. But that's the power of ADHD. I mean, it's a ball and chain. Like, anyone who's like, oh, it's a superpower. No, it's fucking awful. It ruins your life. My life has imploded like three different times.
Hold on. Wait a sec. I need to... I'm on a stream at the minute.
But chat, listen, what we're gonna do next is you guys and me, we're gonna come up with a concept. I was just gonna say we're gonna invent the mute button, but he did it. But now I forgot what I was saying. That's all right though.
Fuck, I don't know what that was about.
Oh goodness. Are they calling you for your extended warranty on your Ford Falcon?
No, it was my mother, and then she's just disappeared. I said, I'm on a stream. I'm putting it on mute so I can talk. And then she's like, she just fucking hung up. Moody bitch. Anyway, what have I missed?
It's just funny. They're funny. They're like, oh, it's super addictive. I'm like, I bet you it's not. I'll take it at will.
It can be, but it's like they'll just treat anyone like as if they're going in there to abuse it. Like, because there are a lot of people that go in there like just for the purpose of taking it as a recreational drug.
Yeah.
Did you say pardon your language, Daniel?
Yeah, he said fuck TikTok.
Fucking hilarious. TikTok is a cancer on society.
Yeah, they're thinking of banning it. I think that's going to be great.
Who said this? Who's going to ban it?
America.
U.S. Congress.
Yeah.
So we'll still have it in Australia then.
Well, I mean, if it follows...
really hate TikTok.
Okay, though, but if you think about it, it's interesting, though. Let's say America bans TikTok, so there's no more TikTok in America. What quality of TikTok does Australia and Canada and England get?
What quality?
Yeah, so if you remove the American refuge, the disgusting, insane stuff that America contributes to it, because it's banned, and it's left in all the Western countries, how does the quality of the content that's on there change?
It will definitely change, but I don't think no one's really paying attention to the quality of it. It's an espionage tool.
Well, sure, but what I'm saying, so if you take all the lefties that are American off of it, because it's banned now,
yeah, I think I see what you're saying. I think enough of the woke mind virus has infected other Western countries sufficiently for us to carry that mantle over. There'd be plenty of Australians with fake DID that would take up that position.
Probably.
I imagine.
It'll just be weirdos with accents at that point, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, just weirdos with accents. There'd be a lot of weird German shit. There'd be a lot of weird European shit.
God, I hate Europe so much.
I hear what you're saying, Daniel. I used to try not to cuss for a little bit, and sometimes, depending on the setting that I'm in, I will try not to cuss, but it's really just a part of how I talk.
You know what? I tried that too. So I started my YouTube channel maybe a little over a year ago. And I started it. I started it to be perfectly politically down the center. That's impossible. But two, I'm not gonna use any swear words. I'm not gonna insult anybody. I'm not gonna do anything that's offensive to anybody. I'm going to be 6 feet of wallpaper paste. Man, I couldn't do it. I felt I was living a lie. And then
you are living a lie. You're not now, but
I can't do it. I was like,
yeah, you can't do it.
I can't do it. I can't do this.
People can tell.
Milk toast fence sitting bullshit. I can't do it. I'm not because I try to be funny. I cuss a lot and I have really dark fucking humor. And if I can't do those things, I'm not being genuine. I'm being like this fucking robot, and I can't do it.
Yeah, people can see through it. They can tell. They can see through it, and it's like, this is what irks me about Jeremy the quartering. Like, he censors so many words that it's like I don't even know what you're talking about anymore, mate. Like, you'll censor the word. He censors the word kill. He even
yeah,
dead. He'll censor the word dead. He'll censor the word attack. He censors everything, and it's like there's no way of me understanding unless without the visual aid of seeing this.
Yeah, I have that problem too.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
I have that problem, and it makes me mad. So, user says you can't be Tim Pool. No, I can't. I tried. That's what I did. I can't do it. I'm not I was like, the only thing I can do is be me. I can't be a sellout the way Tim Pool's a sellout. I can't do it.
I think it really depends on who the other person is. Like, I will tend to follow the vernacular of, like, if someone is if I'm the only person in the conversation, like effing and jeffing, I will eventually pick up on that and try and wind my neck in a bit, because it just seems a bit too out of balance, if you know what I mean.
Following a person's lead, that's one thing.
Yeah.
That's something that you do because you're a reasonable human being, following a lead, knowing the vibe, reading the room. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
But when I'm with my mates, like on my stream, like or if I'm with you, or if it's just me, I'm a maniac, because that's just what I am, as a maniac.
If it's just me, I start swearing and carrying on like immediately. That's like it's the best I can offer the world.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to change this episode back to. I'm going to change the thumbnail back to the crazy guy, and I'm just going to put in.
Metastep here says Tim Pool became the corporate fucks that he hated so much. Listen. There's a reason. There is a reason why he does not stream on Rumble. Think about it. 100%. There's a reason he doesn't stream on Rumble. He could, right? He could have one of the biggest shows on Rumble. It'll be a big show on YouTube and a big show on Rumble. Why wouldn't he do that? He uses Rumble architecture for his fucking back end.
Members only.
For his members only. So why not just then? It's not even him that does it. Literally, not even fucking him. He's got a producer that sets up his streams. Literally. And now that Rumble has a static key, it's literally just a button. When you're on StreamYard, you just hit the button. You go, boop. That's it. The Rumble button. Boop. Just like that. Boop. And he still does it. And when his streams go down, he doesn't then go, okay, well, we're gonna finish the show on Rumble. He doesn't do any of that. It's all or nothing on YouTube every time. And I swear to God, it's because he has a deal, a quiet deal that he'll never say to anyone, because he'll be a fucking corporate shill, which he is. If he says, "Oh yeah, I have a YouTube deal."
Is that even a thing?
A YouTube deal? Yeah, it's a thing. Dr. Disrespect had a YouTube deal. He was streaming on YouTube. So YouTube has deals, all kinds of deals. And there is no way that Tim Pool doesn't, because he can't possibly hold the I have a YouTube deal in one hand and do all of the, we are censored and shadow banned and YouTube hates us in the other hand. If one was true, if the YouTube hates me and censors us and blah 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 blah, then you would be on Rumble.
Rumble brings in absolutely nothing unless and I posted about this the other day because someone was sharing, and it can't be too far down here. First of all, let's just show you this because this is fun.
Do you remember this? Do you remember that one of the posts that you liked yesterday morning before court said, or it started off with this: when some fuckwit in a suit starts questioning your integrity and using his fucktard snake logic, he learnt getting his tonsils bruised by some lecturer's spotty dick at their non-binary law school. Remember one thing, that this cunt will be one of the first to be held down and drowned in a muddy puddle for his fancy jacket when society crumbles.
Wow.
Isn't that just perfect? Australian law, my friends.
You Aussies, I love you guys. I mean, your spiders and your snakes and your other things that kill you, you keep them. But you guys, I fucking love you.
Where is... Damn it. I can't see it. It's gone. Oh, here we go. In the year that I've been on Rumble Video, I've had a paycheck every month. Year to date, my channels have done very well, and that's allowed me to build a studio and make very badly needed upgrades.
Bro, I investigated this guy.
Yeah, and he's got like fuck all views.
Oh yeah, there I am right there on the fucking thing right there. Literally.
Yeah. I saw you there.
Like, I fucking investigated him. I want to know because I just got paid from Rumble just a little while ago, right?
What, you got actually paid?
Yeah, I got paid.
What do you mean?
I got paid? What are you talking about? No, seriously. I've had $88 because I had a couple super chats.
Like rants. Okay.
Yeah. So let's get my fucking account settings here.
So I was just gonna say, I don't know how it's even like my total ad revenue to date is like 8 cents, I think. $0.
Wait, is it
All
stats
time.
and analytics? Estimated earnings right now, mine's 8 cents.
Yeah, so is mine.
Sorry, 6 cents. My ECPM is 97.
This is for all time though.
Oh wait, I'm just all time.
Yeah.
Oh wait, by dates.
So yours would be higher
all
than
time.
mine.
So all time, $2.86.
Yeah, way higher than mine. But like way below the minimum threshold to withdraw.
Yeah,
which
it's
is
like
probably
$50 or something like
Yeah.
that. But the thing is, so I had this $88 sitting in my fucking account for like 6 or 7, no, almost a year now. Actually, it was like last July or whatever. I needed this fucking $88, and yeah, it wasn't. I even emailed them a bunch of times, being like, "Hey, listen, guys, it's just $88. I know, but I'm kind of in a pickle a little bit. I could use that, right? Like
That the only way I guess around that is to donate to yourself to get it over the threshold.
yeah, but they're gonna take their cut.
Of course, but it's either that or you lose the $88.
I gotta wait, and so I waited, and
That could go for an eternity.
so apparently I have 7,382 ad eligible things. I don't know what that means.
I've got 497. I think it means views because I don't have that many videos.
All right, so then I have 7,382 something. My ECPM is $1.18.
Cost per mile, so cost per 1,000 views. Yeah, that's the rate at which you get paid. I mean, mine's at 33 cents. What is yours? Did you say? This is shop talk now. I'm sure no one's interested in this.
So my estimated
whatever.
earnings all time is 286.
Yeah, no, I'm nowhere near that.
All right, so with all of that being said, chat, this guy that Daniel was pointing out, he posts a screenshot of what, the fucking thousands of dollars?
Yeah,
No.
Rumble earnings $2,497.16.
Yeah, okay, yeah, $2,500. Fucking how? So I go into his channels. He's got like 10 channels or whatever, because I guess he likes whatever he does, whatever game he plays, he makes a different channel for. Okay, I guess. It's
so 108
stupid.
followers here. We go to channels and look at all these channels. His
2,
biggest
4,
channel out of all of
6,
them
9?
is this one, BG3, with 326. But like you've got 75 views, 200. I get more views than this. They're fake, but they're still, the numbers are higher. Like, I'm sure
wait,
they are.
Hang on here. And those are live streams, right?
It's hard to tell because they don't put them all in the same videos. 27, 38, 31 live streams. 75, 229, 114, 36, 120. And we'll look at mine.
Like that's crazy. So on my stream,
125.
on my stream
I get about
yesterday,
the same.
my stream yesterday was 235, and yeah, I think it should have more with those giant boobs on the fucking thing. But like my standalone videos, like this one was man faces 100 years in prison for raping a dog. That's only 43 views. But then,
did you just? I'm not gonna ask further. Never mind.
oh right, YouTube. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
No, we're after 2 hours. Yes, I nailed it.
Just after.
Yeah. So like this stream had 430. Oh, the stream that you were on had 435. This other one was 300. This video of a father drugged a preteen girl slumber party with benzos so he could do a little grape. And
that happened to me.
That's a crazy story. But anyways, it's like 80 to 100 views on these things, right? And I mean, this one, if the truckers will boycott New York City, that got 450 views. So the point of all of that is to say, I got like $2 all time This guy's like, oh yeah, I got like $2,500. Fucking how?
So
It's fake or Rumble's fucking us.
no, Rumble's fucking us. So what did Cosmic say? There was something about.
I said how? Is it super chats? Because if it's super chats, okay, you got some peeps, all right?
No,
you're
he said
Russian,
here.
and then he
says
said
right here.
ad
It's
rev.
almost all ad revenue. So, but like someone, it was Cosmic who. Oh, this is fucking annoying. You can't see who's quoted it now. Another thing that Elon wrecked. That's so frustrating.
Daniel Root
Oh yeah,
said
here
that,
you have to.
that he's mad at Rumble for removing his ability to send Rumble rants.
Yeah, they
rants
banned
and-
him from Rumble. You want to talk about free speech ability and fuck it. Rumble has banned Daniel Rood a long time ago
Why?
for saying something that wasn't even that bad.
Dude, you can literally drop an hard R in chat repeatedly. You can make towers out of it, and it's
It was
fine.
not even anywhere even close to being that transgressive, and he's been banned from participating. No, he's not even a creator. He can't even participate anymore. He can't even chat. That's from Rumble. So, and that was months ago, and I think Daniel might be able to correct me, but I'm pretty sure he's inquired, and they've turned around and just given him bullshit answers or nothing at all.
Like I'm becoming so disheartened with this with anyone going, oh yeah, we're free speech. Fuck you, no, you're not.
No, you're not.
You can't be. You can't. We know now. We know now. Thank you, Rumble. Thank you, Twitter. We know now you can't be unless you're going to be Gab, and I mean Gab is for the most part. But you have to be funded by the people that use it, like almost to its entirety. You have to be funded by that.
Isn't that a Twitter alternative?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think it leans Christian, so you can't do
there's no
porn and stuff like that. So I guess that's not technically free speech, but you can say words.
How have you got fucking $5 in your Rumble? I've got 2 cents.
Bro, even I've got $5 in my Rumble. What does Metastep do? What do you do?
Yeah, what do you do, Metastep?
And I hope all of you have gone to my Rumble and YouTube and have added me, because I'm a good time and we can be good times together.
He is. Let's rumble.com/thirdrailify. There we are.
Wait a minute.
Let's put that in the description below.
Yeah, like let's yeah, so I don't know how like these people like make all of this money off of Rumble unless you have a deal. I just don't get it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, apparently you have to be a low IQ gaming streamer or a MAGA beast to make any money on Rumble. And I am assuming that's through those partnerships that you just mentioned.
Yeah, so I applied twice. The small content creator round number 1 and number 2. I guess they're opening round number 3 up. And so every time they go, hey, listen, buddy, hi. We've
someone clicked an ad. That's how he got his $5. There was an actual click through.
Nice.
Fucking
yeah, so they
chumps.
sent me the email being like, oh yeah, hey buddy, listen, we've looked at your content and we're not saying it's bad. We're just saying we don't want to like pay you to make it.
Yeah, we're saying it's terrible. We're not saying it's bad. We're just not saying it's good.
I'm like the funniest fucking place to hang out on a Saturday night.
Hold on, they didn't outright ban you. They removed your ability to send Rumble rants. Well, that's even more bizarre.
Because that then cuts their own dick off. Like, why would they do that?
Yeah. How? So wait, you can still send comments, but not Rumble rants? Are you sure that's not just a? Are you sure that's a punitive measure they've taken on you, or is that just like a UI glitch, like a payment glitch? Like there might be something that maybe your bank is rejecting it, or maybe I don't know. I feel like we've talked about this before, though, and that you've actually complained to them and they've responded with, I don't know, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seems odd that they would let you comment but not pay to comment. It's fucking odd. It's not a smart. If you go public or have ads, you're restricted by default.
Yeah, I got do I have 2 Rumble channels? No, and yes, but no. Technically, due to the blah blah blah, due to the unique way that Rumble is retarded, you have a Rumble profile and a Rumble channel, and so there's actually 2. All Rumble profiles are actually they're one word. So third Railify will be one word, and it's actually a black logo. Channel can be 2 words, and it's actually my white logo that Daniel had up there. So I
cut out the C and everything. I just put in the third Railify, and it goes straight to the channel.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the one with the thank you. I appreciate you adding me. That's very nice. 131. That's a little bit of a boost. After this, I'm gonna strut my little tail feathers like a peacock, going, I've got a couple people. It's nice.
Daniel Rue says, every time I brought it up to them, they were very willing to help, right up until they learned my username. Then they'd cut all contact, and it's been a total Yeah. It's odd. It's odd because Reddit, Reddit treats me exactly the same way, and I'm not sure why. Like, if you go, let's go reddit.com// Daniel Clancy's been banned from Reddit. I've never even fucking posted anything there. Unbelievable. So I made another one, Stateside Safari, and then guess what happened to that?
I'm on my
got banned as well.
I'm on my I don't know what account. I was a part of the No New Normal community during the pandemic, right? So it was anti-COVID everything. We were against this new normal bullshit. And so I am banned from 900 subs.
On Reddit, you mean?
Yeah, they would just repeatedly, every day I was getting 30 to 40. You have been banned from this. You've been banned from this. Just because I participated in in the No New Normal. So I
get it.
So basically, Reddit is only good for boobs, and it's not even that great anymore. But also for Formula One. I'm a massive Formula One fan. Speaking of, next race in Australia.
Yay.
You're like, I don't give a shit. What is that, cars? What do they got, wheels? They vroom, vroom. Yeah. There's two Aussies on the grid.
What, out of Bathurst or something?
There's 2 Aussies, Daniel Ricciardo and
yeah, he's from Perth.
Yeah, and Oscar Pistorius?
No, he's South African.
No, that's the runner.
Sure. Yeah. Isn't he in jail now?
Oh, I'm forgetting how to pronounce his last name.
Third Railify, do you
have fuck with that? Okay, you can tell I know this guy's last name. I just had a blonde moment. Oscar Piastri. I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah, I was gonna say the other guy you mentioned is definitely the stubby guy who's in jail now for shooting up his girlfriend.
Yeah, he's from Melbourne, I believe. A stone's throw from the racetrack, I believe.
Yeah, so Melbourne, Ascot. Yeah, I hated Melbourne. I lived there for about 8 months. It's the worst place. So Melbourne is like our California or our LA, and Victoria is our California. So it's like the communist center of the country.
Oh, yuck.
It's terrible. It's fucking, the weather's horrible too.
That
Metastep says shit. If you're using an ad blocker, sometimes that will fuck with your super chats in YouTube. Maybe that's also happening on thing, but I tested 2 different cards. Both of them work on other places online. Yeah, I don't know. They just hate you, brother. They hate you.
Well, banned or not at a Rumble, every Saturday night at midnight, which I guess is technically Sunday morning, I do a show called Saturday Night Off the Rails, and it's named that because I have ADHD and we can't get through a story before we're talking about something else. So the show immediately, by almost accident, squirrel, goes off the rails. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes I try my best, just my fucking serious face. I try my best to stick to a story because one day I'll do a story perfectly, and I can make a YouTube short or a clip out of it. I don't know if those days will ever come, but it is. it's a good time, and sometimes I have Daniel on, and it's just bros being bros. It's hilarious. And I love Rumble.
If I'm going to do shorts, I end up finding that I have to, because it's like a whole different art form. You've got to fit things into 59 seconds, and you've really got to record it separately.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm wondering, maybe that's where you're wrong.
Maybe
it's not 59 seconds, because how many seconds does it take for a person to look, analyze that they don't like it, and then swipe? What, 5 seconds? Maybe your short needs to be 5 seconds long.
Well, you literally can't fit any information into 5 seconds. 59 is already a big ask, and if you go over that,
it's just your logo or something, or you're like, look at my boobs, swipe, and then you're like, haha, you're done. I beat you.
100% what's right. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I mean,
they're like, oh, what's this? And then they're mesmerized by it.
Some of them will go well, and others just don't at all. Like, I'll put a lot of effort into some, and then you get 25 views. And then you put no effort into another one, and it gets 160,000. Just added a dash.
Yeah, he's talking about China versus Canada. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. We transformed from Canada to China with Justin.
Yeah, man. I found there was some lost 9/11 footage or something that came out of something, right? It was never before seen or whatever, right? And so it's like, oh my god. So I put these two never before seen camera angles together, and I sync them up and all that stuff like that. And I put the intense music, and it was by 9/11 when people would be interested in that, and then no one was interested in that. I'm like, I put a lot of fucking work into that.
Yeah, because YouTube will put the kibosh on that. They'll deboost it, because anything 9/11, JFK, moon landing, anything that can be remotely tied to someone with a tinfoil hat, and they'll just deboost it unless you tell the story in a sufficient manner that rejects all of that. And
I didn't even put words in it. There was no words. It was just
problem, because you have to utterly denounce the conspiracy theory. You have to completely promote the mainstream narrative. Otherwise, you don't have a hope of anyone seeing it, and I
thought it was a good one.
Certainly get a context label under it.
It was. I thought it was riveting, but then again,
probably was.
I was like, these people. I hate shorts, and I don't really want a short audience because that's not what I do.
Are you in BC? It's British Columbia, right?
Jay's in BC, yeah. He's literally.
Oh yeah.
He's in the asshole of Canada.
I appreciate that Rumble is bringing competition. I just don't trust this so-called free speech values. I think they care more about becoming the new YouTube than they do free speech. I 100% agree with that, and I don't even think they're that much of a competition. I think a lot of that is.
You know what? YouTube is genuinely. For real, is beginning to feel the Rumble weight, right? It's the difference. It's the difference between being bitten by a mosquito, right? Or you guys might not even get this reference. It might just be Jay, or being bitten by a really large black fly or a deer fly or something that bites and actually takes a chunk out of you. You're like, what the why is that? Right? And where a mosquito, you don't even notice. It's so small. It's like whatever. But a horse fly or whatever, a deer fly, a moose fly,
whatever they call
that's something. And you're like, that's an asshole. And YouTube is beginning to notice.
But so what? they're nowhere near a comparable service, and they're not even like.
Well, it's
AdSense
now
has
that
been in this business of paying out millions of dollars to millions of different creators for nearly 20 years. Their ability to serve content to people that are wanting to see that content is superior by a long stretch.
And
anyone
AdSense
who's
is
just
in trouble.
entering the game right now, sorry.
AdSense is in trouble. There's lawsuits.
Oh, there's always lawsuits, but they're big enough so that they can afford that. I mean, there's always going to be lawsuits. Once you pass a certain size, lawsuits are a given. That's why you have teams of lawyers on call at all times.
Yeah, I forget what specifically, but like AdSense was like doing something fake, or there was
corporate
fake,
lawfare is dirty anyway. They don't really follow the laws. They just do what
and
they can get away with.
They could be on the hook for billions of dollars or something, and I'm like, oh, that's significant. That's going to hurt them. Which ultimately that will hurt
us.
That will hurt us. That's who it really. The savings get passed on to us. But now that Rumble has its own AdSense, I mean that begins to maybe take away advertisers or whatnot. It's gonna become a pain in the ass.
How effective is it though? Like, what is their thing called? What are they calling it?
Oh, I forget, but yeah.
It's got 20 years of catching up to do.
It really does. Like, I mean, right now, if you do Rumble Studio, like the chat
I haven't tried
stops. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. You know what we should do just for fun. One day soon or whatever, you do Rumble Studio and I'll be your guest, and we'll go over how fucking of a disaster it is. It
might as well. It's free, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in the beta program, and I'm like, and the Axel guy who was doing the development, I'm like, I have a lot of feedback, and it's not exactly good.
Yeah, we should do a live feedback of that, actually, for sure.
It's
because I've heard the same thing from other people. They're like, yeah, they're supposed to be like the StreamYard killer, and it's not.
It's supposed to be, and it is. Rumble Studio is the deer fly to StreamYard's, person or whatever. It's
Is this gonna give me trouble on stream?
I have no idea.
Okay, so here we go. New stream.
It's rough, man. It's
destinations. Rough. Okay, and you can put in custom RTMP in here.
Yeah. So this is good. They put a lot of thought into this stuff. But when it comes to like the finicky details of, so right now you and I are both on screen, right?
This is interesting how it's already done. I haven't plugged any of these in myself. This is already says connected. I didn't do any of that.
You did.
I kind of find that a little bit invasive, to be honest.
You where do you have that information in Rumble, or do you have that in YouTube and Rumble's hooked up to it? Like how does it know all that stuff?
No idea. That's my point.
Maybe
I can understand it. I can understand it knowing my locals account because that's directly integrated. But YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, I don't know how it knows those. Maybe because, I know why. Because I put them as links in my Rumble profile.
Okay, all right.
As external links. But I haven't done any authentication with them. So it's interesting that they've authenticated those destinations without asking me.
Magoo says it's way too beta to even compete. Yeah, so as I was saying, so right now you and I are on screen, but you are sharing your screen. That's nothing. That's not a big deal.
Shouldn't be. And you're saying it is with this.
It's pretty standard. So I had when I tested it out, I was basically doing like a building Lego stream. I had
DM of the vid.
I was building this Lewis Hamilton fucking Formula 1 car I got right here. This little guy. I love Formula 1. Anyway, so I was just building this car here, and can
I show you?
We were doing that, and so I had like 4 people join me, and we were just shooting the shit. And then I wanted to share something, and all of a sudden everyone disappeared, and it was just me in the little corner on the bottom. I'm like, where did all my friends go? And everyone was like, yeah, we're still here, but we don't know what happened. I was like, what? So I go back, and then everyone's on screen again. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try this again. Couldn't figure it out. Every time I shared a screen with my homies, they disappeared off screen, and they were like, yeah, we're here. We're just chopped liver, I guess.
It's... Oh, wait, my sound went weird. No, it didn't. I don't know what I was going to say. I was going to say something really, really clever, and it just went... It's gone out of my brain. Kind of hard to find. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is this... Am I allowed to show this? Is this the missing footage? Why did you send me this, user?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, there's some Twin Tower stuff here. We're
No,
past
so,
2 hours.
So the thing that I found, it was never before seen like from somebody's cell phone or whatever at the tower. So it was just the same thing but a different angle or whatever. I thought it was.
Isn't it
cool.
amazing how cell phone cameras are just as high quality in 2001 as they are now? Well, when it comes to fucking UFOs and shit like that, anyway. It's like, oh wow, you're using a phone from 1995. Don't laugh, but anyone believe in Bigfoot? No, not personally, but I know that this are pretty intense, especially further towards Maine and that area you go. People are right into it, man. Like it's a whole thing. There is a fascinating thing like the Sierra Sounds. I'm sure who said the Bigfoot thing? Oh, I'm a goose. Have you heard of the Sierra Sounds? The guy who recorded the Sierra Sounds? It was pretty crazy. This guy, actually, I might be able to find them. Sierra Sounds. They're really creepy. Should I save that? Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, here we go.
We're in for Nightville.
So here's the Sierra Sounds. There's this guy. So what you're hearing is these guys went out into the forest and recorded the... Have you heard of the Sierra Sounds, Sean?
I literally make them at night.
Oh, so is this you in the recording then?
Yes, it is.
For those who haven't heard of it, is these guys went out and they're in Sierra somewhere. Where is Sierra? California? Somewhere in the woods, anywhere. Anyway, this guy, they heard these voices for ages, and then they eventually discovered that they were coming from these creatures, and he convinced a bunch of friends to go back and record the sounds, and it's like been a big legend ever since. But like, the sounds are weird because they're half animal and half human.
Okay, this is the sound because I've never heard of any of this ever before. I'm just
so you can hear them now.
With my Bigfoot.
You can hear them now, like banging and cracking in the woods, but as soon they'll start talking in their own language, which is almost like humans. Yeah, it is in California. So,
how do we know they're not
Nevada
hillbillies?
Border region. Huh?
How do we know that they're not hillbillies? How do we know that they're one of
They
me?
could be, but now what they're saying is they've analyzed the voice and stuff, and they're saying, well, it's by the sounds of the recordings, we can determine that the recordings haven't been manipulated and that the sounds are likely to have come from a creature bigger than 8 feet or something like that.
Bigger than 8 feet?
Yeah, because of the vocal range. I don't know how perfect that analysis is. Yeah, Sierra Nevada. So you listen to them talk. So at some point, these guys hear and they try to mimic the noises to provoke them to make more noises. So you will hear a mixture of human imitations and the actual... You can tell the difference, though. So that was him. It's kind of creepy.
I'm really fucking freaked out.
Yeah, wait. Wait. Hear that? At a certain point, they'll
Man, you gotta turn off this feeding duck bullshit.
like. Did you hear them like that last little bit where he's like talking like a human? Like
No, I
trying
hear
to-
porno music. You gotta turn off your ducks.
Oh, I'll turn off the ducks. Hold on. Sorry,
No,
let's turn
get
off
out
the
of my
ducks.
Fucking my thing. Oh, bro, that's fucked.
Mm.
That's our job. We know where we look for tracks of life for sure.
So, just banging shit and I don't know. I think you had. I mean,
There's two of them across the creek at the big rocks.
two of them across, so they can see them.
It's a hard act to follow.
It sounds like he talks to us and they talk to each other.
Yeah.
Like that's. I think if I play the whole thing, they might ding me. But you get the
Paul-
idea. It's
Paulie want a cracker. That's what that. That's what I wonder. If it's Paulie want a cracker, Paulie want a cracker. Could
you
this
think it's
just
a giant parrot?
No. Well, yes, actually. Is it possible? Yeah, I'd be shitting bricks too.
I'd be shitting myself too.
Is it
We're fucking,
possible
whether it's
that these
Bigfoot
are
or not.
animals that are that they don't know what they're saying, but they're
Yeah.
just like imitating things that they've heard. Maybe that they know there's
That's what it
people or
seems
something.
like. It seems like they're imitating hunters that they've encountered.
Yeah, and so they're
'Cause
like they're saying the thing that has the shooty stick, those sounds that maybe they'll go
yeah,
away.
the different phonemes they're making, but it's just unintelligible because they don't know what they're saying. They're just
Yeah,
trying to make the same noises as the
But
other
it
creatures.
strikes us as, oh, that's a language. But
well,
this
it
is-
probably is, and
this is
there's
why-
ways to be able to tell. There is ways to be able to tell if you have enough sample set, like if your sample size is big enough of different sounds that you could arrange them on a graph, and if there is say more occurrences, higher occurrences of some sounds compared to other sounds, and if you chart all of those sounds out and it forms a fairly neat diagonal line in an upward direction, that indicates that there's definitely a language being used. And that's how they figured out how dolphins are talking to each other, dogs, all sorts of things. That's how they figured out how they're actually communicating with one another, because each utterance of each individual sound can be catalogued and recognized in a pattern.
That's crazy.
So that's how they can figure it out. But you need I hope that made sense what I was saying. But
yeah, this is why if you go out into an area, a forest or whatever, bring a flashlight and a fully automatic machine gun. And if you hear a weird sound, you shoot until the sound stops.
some of these like if you go and shoot come down to Australia, if you shoot a crocodile in the wrong spot, like if you shoot it directly into its
bounce
face,
off their head, won't it? Just
bounce
bing.
off it'll bounce off and hit you in the head, so you'll end up
crazy.
shooting yourself dead. You've got to really, if you're going to
Better
shoot
that
a croc,
than
you
be
have
in
to
a
wait
death
for them
roll.
to open their mouth and then shoot into the mouth, because this part of their head is just made of like
Just
fucking
bone,
cast
isn't it?
iron. Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't know. I would have the if I'm hearing weird things like this, I'm thinking I'm probably going to die. So if I have a firearm of some kind, I'm like, well, I'm either going to be raped by this thing or I'm going to be famous.
Well, they became slightly kind of famous. They locked themselves in a cabin, I think, when they started recording these. So there was a cabin out there, as far as I understand, and they were able to lock themselves into it after they sort of coaxed these creatures to the side. I'm not sure exactly how it goes. Magoose is obviously across it.
I don't know. I'd want to shoot until they all stopped.
On a serious note, though, don't go into the woods unarmed, y'all. Nothing good's from that. I would just say don't go into the woods. If you ever read in the Missing 411 fucking series, like this, there's so many people going missing in the woods. It's like not funny. It's like,
But what while we're on that, if there's ever a trail of blood that leads into the woods, don't follow it.
yeah, probably don't follow that either. Yeah, it's probably
Like, oh, what's
advisable.
this trail of blood? Oh, it's going off into the dark alleyway. Better go. Don't follow it.
Kind of
No
sounds
good.
like someone saying something about played in reverse. I'm pretty sure people have actually tried to play it in reverse and didn't find anything. But
Yeah,
yeah.
God,
Okay,
you know
I
how many
suppose.
horror films or scary movies could have just been avoided if the people had used some fucking common sense?
Yeah, you know, people
Like a
aren't
sound,
great with common
and the girl's
sense.
like, "Oh my god, what is that? Go check it out." No, honey, we're just getting in the car. We're just driving away. Fuck it, whatever it is, we're just driving away right now. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not getting out of the car. I'm just gonna drive because right now we're alive. The doors are locked. Sure, we're making out and it's a little bit steamy, but if I just drive, it's fine. And
I've got to run upstairs quickly. I'll be back.
sure,
I'll be back. Can you hold the fort for me?
probably.
Probably.
We'll see what happens. Like, is that urban legend or whatever where they're like where they followed my advice on this and they're like, oh baby, and they hear something and she's like, oh no, what is it? And the guy's like, nope, and he just drives away and then they get away safely to wherever it was and then they open the door and there's like a hook just hanging on the fucking door handle. He drove away right at the correct time. That's one, why you always lock your doors, and two, just drive away. Just drive away. It amazes me how many people feel that a tent is sufficient protection. No, a tent is not sufficient. That's silly. But also another story as to why you should always lock your doors. Once upon a time, when for those of you in the chat that don't know me, which is 95% of you, while I am a stay-at-home dad right now with 4 autistic kids, I am a welder by job and trade. But before I did that, I went to police school, and so as I was doing all the police stuff, I was actually in Hamilton, Ontario, to get. I had a big important interview with the Hamilton Police Service, and so me and my girlfriend, we were in Hamilton, and we were staying at a big hotel close to the police station. I wanted to be nice and fresh for my super important interview. And as I was, Hamilton is full of one-way streets, and so I come up. There's one-way, this T junction. It's a one-way street, so I'm looking for the cars to go. I'm looking. There's this woman cracked out as can be, and she tries to like open my back door. I had a 1990 Mazda Protege, so it's a little 4-door saloon, and so she's trying to like actually get in the back of my car. And I'm like, oh my god, and my girlfriend's like, what the fuck is happening? I'm like, I don't know, but there's a hooker trying to get in the car. She's like, why don't you just drive? I'm like, I can't, there's cars coming. Finally I did merge in, but yeah, that's Hamilton, Ontario. So always lock your doors, because if I didn't, that hooker would have been in my back seat. God knows what would have happened.
So with all the wokeness, right, around Canada, is it dangerous at night?
That depends. Depends on the context.
Because like one of the fucking craziest things, and this might not make any sense to other people in the chat here that are in the Northern Hemisphere, but over in WA, like in Australia, we've got a huge expanse of nothing in between the western and eastern states, right?
Yeah.
There's a few things on the skirting, but like Western Australia, despite having a lower population, has an extremely high rate of violence. Like I would get accosted and attacked.
By
People would try and beat me
who?
up almost weekly. Huh?
How melanated are these individuals?
All the way.
I saw those eyebrows.
The whole spectrum. It does hang more in the heavily melanated area, but it does. There is in WA, you'll get the whole spectrum, the entire spectrum, and I thought when you come over to the eastern states, because the cities are twice as big, if not bigger, and the population of the states are like 6 times bigger, that you'd have just more trouble, and I'd have to watch my back a little bit more. It was the total opposite, man. Like the amount of like armed robberies and fucking holdups and shit that I've been present for in Western Australia is like, it would happen twice a week.
Wow.
I've been here in Sydney for 5 years now. I haven't seen it happen once. Not once. I can walk around at any time of night and feel safe. Whereas in Geraldton, a town of 40,000 people, I've nearly been stabbed almost every weekend of my fucking life there. Literally, like by a gang of people. Had to be rescued.
I don't know. Here it really, I guess it depends on the city, because Canada is such a large place, right? Every place is different, right? So BC is way different than Alberta, which is way different than Saskatchewan, which is way different than Manitoba or even Ontario. And then, Quebec is its own little slice of hell. And then you have the only places that are actually kind of the same are the eastern maritime provinces, right? They're all just like, do you like clam chowder? And I'm like, no, I don't. Go away. And that's basically that. But so I can't speak to what Jay goes through in BC, but I suspect he probably is awash with crime and druggies. But
yeah, sorry, I'm like switching between 5 different forms of communication here.
No, that's fine. But here in my little town, there's almost no crime whatsoever, because I live in a tiny little thing. But
so that was the thing where in Australia, that seems to me the smaller place you go, the lower the population, the higher the crime rate, or at least the higher the closer proximity you have to danger. Because there's only one of everything to go to, so all of the undesirables you'll run into them. Whereas in the city, it's more options. They stick to their places.
We are my little town is I don't even know. We don't. I think we have like one pizza place, one little school, and like I mean, we're just small, right? But as more and more people come from the city, there's a city of like 400,000. More unsavory people kind of come out here, and crime kind of picks up a little bit. Oh, what have you done?
I made it better so we can fill the screen.
Is this better? Oh my god! Now you can.
Or do you need to move now? Does that make you have to move?
Wait, actually, you know what I can do?
Don't you have like the NVIDIA broadcast that will just move it for you?
What do you? No, I've made it worse. What am I doing? Oh my god!
No, that was how. Oh yeah, you did make it worse.
God damn you!
Wrong way. I've got this one that auto track like follows me, but it gives people motion sickness.
I am. Wait, I need to go this way. This way. Yes.
Mine's got a cool gimbal on it, so I can just move.
No, I am a poor, don't you know?
Yeah, I got it. I am too, but like I got a cash injection to buy this shit, so I got lucky. I could have spent a lot more on the camera though. I could have spent thousands of dollars on the camera. I didn't. So I want a good one.
I want a yeah, it was the wrong direction, 100%. So I don't know if I should get a better mic, a better camera, or a better background. I'm only going to be able to do one.
Yeah.
I don't know which one. But then I was thinking, what if I do
well,
zero?
What mic have you got now? It doesn't sound bad.
I don't know. It's just a mic. It's
Is it a USB or an XLR?
it's an XLR. I've got a little soundboard that goes with it.
So you've got the oh yeah, you told me about that. You've got the sound desk. So you've
Yeah.
already got that.
I don't know. I got a pretty shit camera.
To be fair, I think the sound is good, and there's a lot you can do to compensate for sound. There's more you can do to compensate for sound than there is that you can do for vision. So
This is true.
you know what I mean by like you can put in high pass, low pass, equalizers, all sorts of
do
different
I
things.
want
Whereas
people to actually see this better?
that well,
Probably
you can
not.
also- no, but there's something about like it's not just about the definition. It's also about the color range, just its focal length, all of that sort of stuff. It's I mean, don't spend heaps of money on a camera, but if you are going to upgrade something, I would say if that's the thing that what camera have you got right now?
Oh, I don't know. It's a gay one. It's a gay one. Real bad. It's
It's a gay one, real bad. Well, that explains it.
real bad.
It doesn't look bad.
Let me actually.
Mine goes
You
up to
want it?
4K, but like,
I think mine allegedly does or something. I don't know. It's just
but I mean, StreamYard only lets me broadcast up to 1080. My city sucks at night and day. Doesn't matter when. Sydney's actually quite good. Sydney's pretty good. Although I live in a fancy part of the city, like anywhere in eastern Sydney is like where all the fucking media personalities and quote unquote celebrities and shit live. It's you do get a bit of a mixture of different things here, but like yeah, I don't know. King's Cross it used to be like the dirtiest, most dangerous strip mall of the entire country. It's very famous for it. Been multiple TV series made after this this neighborhood. One of them was just not so long ago, and they were great. I mean, this place used to be really fucking like it was lit, but now they've gentrified it all, and yeah, life in Eastern Sydney is just completely foreign to that of a Western Sydney sider. So, like even during the lockdowns, right? Western Sydney had a curfew, but people in Eastern Sydney, like me, didn't. Why?
because the virus
Because
knew.
we were whiter.
Because you
and
would
richer.
listen.
I don't think it was the color of our skin. It was, yeah, I guess, but not really, because it was a case of just we had more money. That's what it was based on, and they extrapolate from that people with more money are going to be more law abiding. I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, I can see.
You know, I bet there's a sweet
I
spot.
can understand the thinking, but yeah, there's this sweet spot.
It's probably a sweet
Go on.
spot because once you have so much money, you're like, fuck you. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Throw me in jail? I'm Alec Baldwin. Like, I mean.
Well, we know those people exist, right? We do. We know those people exist. Like, fucking John McAfee was an excellent example. He murdered people, and then he'd just be like, well, I don't want to face that, so I'll just go to Belize and murder another guy. And like, oh, well, I'll escape that authority too.
Did he actually murder people?
The evidence strongly points towards the fact that he murdered his neighbor. Even his ex-girlfriend
Well, she was a bitch anyway.
says she doesn't know. So yeah. Well, no, she's alive, but she's like, when asked point blank, do you think he murdered his neighbor? She says, I don't know. I think he did.
Oh, wow. Well,
Don't
he
have a
got
lot of
whacked,
crime.
did he? He got whacked?
So the story is that he killed himself when he was about to be extradited to the United States from...
Yes, but
because-
he was like, I'm never going to kill myself. If I die, it's because I got whacked. And then he got a tattoo
Sure,
that said
He
whack.
said that, right, correct, but...
But who knows? He was a troll.
When you look into his state of mind and some of the things he says, it's so believable that he could have gone all the way right up to that point and just taken himself out. I can believe that he killed himself. I can believe that because he thought he was untouchable for so long, and then they finally touched him. So
Jail makes you do weird things, man. I know
Yeah.
people that went squirrely after like 30 hours in jail.
What? They did what?
They got squirrely after like 30 hours in jail.
Oh yeah. I thought you said they ate a squirrel after 30
No,
hours. I'm
they
like,
they
who's
got
putting the
squirrely.
squirrels in
They're like,
there?
oh my, and they're weird afterwards. And you're like, dude,
Yeah.
that's like one day. Some people are like
Yeah.
in solitary for like 6 years. Like,
And that can literally that can kill you. That can just the brain damage that ensues from such a deprivation of stimuli
mhm.
can kill you. Can definitely kill you.
Yeah.
Camera or background? Camera is my first choice. So I believe we've made a decision.
Well, see, then I was
decided for
thinking,
you.
well, what if I really saved up all of my pennies for the next 10 years and got just a new computer? Because my computer can only handle 2 monitors. And I would really like a third one specifically for the chat.
Yeah, I've got 4. It works well. I like having 4. It's a lot of load on the GPU, but I've got a good GPU as well. So I did spend. What did I spend on this computer? I
just need 3. And they don't even have
spent
to
about
be like
20.
HD.
I think I spent 2,500 or maybe 2,600
Oh my
on this.
God.
But most of I had the case already. I had all the monitors already. So really, that was just motherboard, GPU. It was all the guts. I had the case and a lot of the stuff already that I could reuse. The power supply I could reuse. So a lot of that. So for that 2,500 Australian, I actually got quite a decent computer because half of it was already built.
maybe Meta PC will like throw me a lifeline.
That's the one that Jeremy uses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they do good builds from what I've seen. I
They
don't.
do,
I haven't
but
used one.
they actually go out of their way to sponsor little guys.
Yeah.
And I am
Yeah.
I am a little guy.
You're a little guy. You should,
Yeah,
for
I am
sure.
a small fish.
Because you
A
don't have
small,
the
tiny fish.
you don't have the case to put it in, do you? Like I do.
No,
Like I've already had a computer case, and then I've just gutted that out. Yeah, so you don't have that option because you can save like.
this is
half
my
your cost
computer
of it.
box, everybody. My whole computer fits in this.
What's up, brother? We've got our skillies here. I didn't even notice that you were here. Sorry, I'm just ignoring this fucking chat for a little bit. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, because it's called Who's Up, Who's Awake on Twitter. I changed the title. It's officially become episode 18. Have you heard of Daisy Cousins? Yes, the Australian girl who's like stepped right out of a 1920s novel. I'm aware of her. She's the Sky News commentator. She's quite funny. She's a little bit cringe. I can't stand her. Look, I don't know her personally, so I don't know. I'll show you who we're talking about.
Daisy Cousins? Is she cute?
She's anti-woke, so she's not a bad chick. She's just like, she can be difficult to listen to. You'll see what I mean about this 1920s novel thing in a minute. Hold on, let's turn off the ducks.
Fucking ducks. Oh my God. Oh, I should
Hi,
check to see my
everyone.
kid. I should check to see if my kids are asleep.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna check the camera. Oh, maybe she's
Oh.
all right.
Yeah, wait, listen to her talk though.
Everyone, I hope you're all well. So by now you will all have heard the deeply sad news that King Charles III has been diagnosed with an unnamed form of cancer.
The newborn Queen of Australia,
what-
and I'm going to talk like a proper English one.
What
It's
is it,
not.
Lassie?
It's an affectation.
Gee, is Timmy falling down the well? Why are you squeaking?
See, this is how I talk really when I'm on the camera, but when I'm off the camera, I just talk like this. I bet it's a whole big affectation. But she's not, at least she's not infected in the head. She just sounds like an idiot.
I mean, she's all right looking, though.
Oh, she's not ugly.
It was discovered after the king underwent a procedure for an enlarged prostate, and he is now undergoing regular outpatient treatments. Now, while the royal family has not revealed what type of cancer the king has or what the regular treatments are, the fact the king has been so upfront with his diagnoses, both of the enlarged prostate and the cancer, is quite a change of pace for the royals.
Diagnoses, quite a change of pace for the royals. I mean, there's too much performance going on.
She's
in that for me.
enunciating. She needs to make sure you know that it's not a diagnosis.
Oh, she tries to distinguish herself from like she's like, I'm not a plebeian. I am I'm a high society. I'm an aristocrat. I speak like the queen.
I bet she fucks like a champ though.
I bet she does. I bet she's hilarious. I bet she's fucking hilarious, and she's probably a lot of good fun. In fact, I would like to have a beer with her. I bet she'd be a great chick to chat with. I just can't stand this affectation she does. She says it as it is. Yeah, she does. She does say it as it is, but in the Queen's accent. Oh, where did the ducks go? We need to put on the ducks again. Comments. I think it was literally advertised as a nanny cam. What was? Oh, I'm used to having your own little internal conversation. Nice. I bought some for my daughter to watch her cats when we go out of town for a few days. They don't stay up when we are home. I don't need to see something strange. With how much my husband travels, I should probably get an outside camera, but it won't be Ring. Yeah, you'll need to get one that's closed into your own network. One that's and to do that, Magoose, it'll be more complicated to like remotely log in and see what's going on. But you obviously know the traps of outsourcing that service to a company like Ring. They've always got access to your private information. So yeah, really what you want to do is have that set up on a
and make
on
sure
your own
whatever
network, and then
whatever you get is good, because right now my fucking my camera for my kid's room comes up this. It's a black screen. It says this device is offline due to some unknown reasons. I'm like, why? But my other camera is just fine. What the fuck?
maybe
what have
they've
my
cottoned
kids
onto
done?
you and like they
I
might
wanna
have
say-
smashed it.
Or pulled out the plug or whatever, smashed the room
You'd
like
think
a rock
it'd know
star.
that then. If it pulled the plug out, you should just say, yeah.
No, I
kid
go
pulled the ring
through.
out.
I do the exact thing that you shouldn't do because I'm a poor and you're probably not. I go through a cheap Chinese company. They probably watch me nap on the couch.
Yeah, to be fair, anything to do with microphones and cameras, I do not touch Chinese stuff. Because it's
Again.
like, yeah.
I'm a poor.
Yeah, same. But I mean, like, I mean, my likes are Chinese, and I'm half expecting
you got
to pull them
fancy
apart and find a
lighting.
microphone.
You got fancy lighting and all these monitors, and you're like, yes, I am a poor.
No, but well, yes, but these are Chinese lights, and most of them I got.
Well, lights are fine.
Yeah, they're by Newer, and they actually work really. They work really well when you get them working. But I had so many problems with them. Half of them I end up getting for free, so they had to be replaced, and then they dropped them in the wrong spot, and I was like, fuck you. Her streams are a bit different than her scripted videos. Oh, did she do live streams? It's not just an issue of the footage anymore. Amazon locked a dude out of his smart house because a delivery driver claimed his chime said something race. I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that. And it was it wasn't yeah, it was an Amazon one. It wasn't Ring, was it? It was Amazon, I'm sure of it. But it was his Amazon Prime. He got locked out of everything. So he got locked out of his smart house, but also all his Amazon Prime and all of that shit. I don't know. I don't know the whole story, but I do remember that happening. But we're in a brave new world now. They own us. They've got us
I
by the
would not
balls.
want anything like that connected to anybody else. I don't want
Exactly.
some blue-haired freak to be like, I don't like what you've said. That violates the terms of our service, and so therefore you can't have your house back.
Right. Or
That's
we're not going to let
shocking.
you into your own fucking house.
I would absolutely love, like some sort of Tesla, right? But I know there will be a day when someone at Tesla will be like, "Hey, buddy, listen, we're making executive decisions over your property, and therefore, suck my balls."
You know, Daniel, I have the exact same problem. See, anything I suggest, my mum will immediately disregard because I suggested it. So you're not the only person with this issue. I also live with this issue.
Oh my God, is your mom my wife?
It seems like a female thing.
Are you my son?
Oh my God. Anything I say, I suggest to my mother, she'll think, no. Until someone else comes up with it, and then she'll be like, such and such suggested. I'm like, I fucking said that. I said that already. But, you know, this is how it goes. So it's not unique to me. I'm not just being uniquely punished. It's just a thing that females do. Sounds about right, Daniel. Yeah, look, we can all relate.
I'm pretty sure I married Daniel's mom.
I'm paranoid. I put posts is on my laptop. Oh, yeah. But everyone does that. That's not even a paranoid thing. See, my camera does, it's because it's on a gimbal. Once it's not, it's freaking out now because I'm doing hand gestures. But like, it's on a gimbal.
Bro,
So
gang signs.
When it's not filming, it will turn itself downward. So like, you can't see anything. And it has a light around it that tells me when it's recording. So yeah, but no, people have been putting fucking sticky tape over their webcams for years.
Yeah,
Zuckerberg started that.
And you
trend.
should. I've seen enough scammer payback to fucking know that they can easily look at your shit. My wife just got into that because my father-in-law is getting scammed real bad. Like real bad.
There's a few good channels like that. So which one are you? So I'm sure you've run into that blue head cunt with like pierogi or whatever his name is.
That's scammer payback. Yeah. So she's finally like watching that stuff, and so I can explain to her the scams, why no one deals in gift cards. I can explain it to her. I can explain it all to her. It doesn't matter because I explained it to her. She watches a few pierogi videos and she's like, "Oh my God, the gift cards!" I'm like, "Bitch, I explained this to you."
No. Yeah. No. Bad news. Bad news. I don't fuck with gift cards ever. It's
No, her dad right now is being scammed so bad, like $50,000 easy. Or more.
Through like an electronic scam, or
no, just
my mum got
cards.
scammed by builders.
He's like convinced that he's helping this young lady who loves him or something.
Oh no!
So he's buying
people have had conversations with him and he's still going.
He's fucked. Yeah, but he just had triple heart bypass surgery. So he's like up in hospital, and so
he's probably lonely. This is what loneliness does.
Oh yeah.
Makes you incredibly vulnerable to this sort of shit.
And so he's telling my wife, he's like, "Hey, listen, I'm kind of embarrassed, but like I've been helping out this young girl. Can you go to the store and pick up $700 in gift cards so you can like send it to her because she needs money for her lawyer in Dubai so he can do the paperwork and send her this big inheritance because she's gonna help me and I'm gonna go live with her."
There's always a fucking inheritance involved somewhere. Yeah, that's so.
Oh my God, what is next? A fucking Nigerian prince? I mean, like, come on, man.
Well, it's the same template, the Nigerian prince template. Like, I've got an inheritance from a Nigerian prince, the late Randolph Clancy, whatever it is. They just insert name here. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and then this bitch is like, "Yeah, well, we're doing gift cards because we're dealing with Dubai, and Dubai doesn't do e-transfers." And I look at my wife and I was like, "You're telling me one of the financial meccas of the earth doesn't do e-transfers? You're telling me the police service that has Bugatti Veyrons, fucking Ferraris, Aston Martins, this place doesn't do e-transfers? The richest people on the earth live in Dubai. You're telling me they don't do e-transfers?" And she's like, "Yeah, that does sound stupid, doesn't it?" I'm like, "Yes, it does."
It does sound dumb. A little bit. You know, the cunts that turned the ocean into a set of palm trees?
Yeah. It used to be blowing sand, and now it's a fucking really kind of scary city. Like, they do e-transfers are kind of their thing.
Yeah, it's kind
of their bag. Like,
I gotta go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay, you do that. All right, he's gone now. His glasses off, and there you go. I'm gonna pull the sunglasses vibe. Oh yeah, listen to the ducks. I hate this fucking music. It's like it's the only one that slaps. Is it? I don't know if I agree. But anyways. Fucking sunglasses, my goodness. So chat, what is going on in this chat? Fishing is one of the most calming, relaxing things to do. You know what? Just on that. I've never really fished before, except a couple, maybe two or three years ago. My wife and I went to her aunt and uncle's cottage way up north, and their cottage is it's on like crown property, which means it's like owned by nobody, owned by the government. And they got two cottages. One is on like this little peninsula thing, and one is like on its own little private island, right? And so we went up there, no electricity, really fucking roughing it. You shit in a hole in the ground. It was fantastic. So first time, as a grown man, I'm pushing 40, and so this was just a couple years ago. We go out on a boat, this little boat, and I learned to fish. Never learned to fish before. I was doing casting, really great casting. Just, you know, the act of casting all by itself. I always thought it was like the gayest thing ever. Like people will just like cast into nothing, like just on land. But this action is like
Casting is a whole art form.
It is so calming and relaxing. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. But then when something actually bites, you're like, oh my god, I'm no longer calm and relaxed. I'm excited. And then you're like fighting with a fucking boot, and it's just like,
I'm almost back. Oh.
No, you do you, homie. And then, so anyways, how do I feed ducks? Well, being in Canada, I have geese, and well, they feed themselves, and it's often at gunpoint. They're like, they come up with their little beaks and their fucking necks, and they hold up their fucking gun, and they're like, give me that bread, bitch. And I'm like, here you go. So anyways, pushing 40, really? You mean you're like 32, right? Oh, that's... Thank you. That's the nicest anyone has ever said to me for quite a long time. I'm 40 in July. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? 40 in July? What is happening to me? God, if you search through this beard, you'll find a gray or two. Up in here, well, it's awful.
Fuck, dude. I'm grayer than you are.
Check my ball sack. There's grays everywhere.
My whole, I've got whole big silver waves of hair. Like a fucking, like Tulsi Gabbard.
She's so hot.
Yeah, but not hot like that. It's just like, it's like straw, like a witch.
Oh God. I hope she becomes VP because I want to see more of her.
People don't like her.
I like her.
Reason.
Well, because she has liberal streaks on guns. She's a little anti-gun, but I suspect you'll probably find that disappears.
That'll fall away. They tend to be forced into a center position when they become executive.
But just imagine the side by sides, because we'll make them. Well, of course we'll make them. I'll do a video on it. You'll do a video on it. We'll probably do a video on it together. VP Tulsi Gabbard versus VP fell out of a coconut tree. Like, I mean, like it'll be a night and day difference. And I can't wait for it. If it's what happens.
Who do we think Trump is going to pick as VP? I know this is such a boring question, but
I want a Tulsi Gabbard. I want a Vivek Ramaswamy. I want a Kerry Lake. Or
I think Kerry Lake would be good.
A Joe Rogan, or
he wouldn't do it.
No, obviously not. But apparently Tim Scott is the front runner.
Okay.
Tim Scott. For those though, can it though? Tim Scott is a black dude, Nikki Haley. He's
Is he? I didn't know if he. I didn't. Is he really?
Yeah.
I thought he was okay.
He's a war whore, as Andrew.
Oh, he is.
As Robert Barnes says, he's a war whore.
Oh well, that'll probably be the reason he gets picked.
Yeah. So
because the MIC have, because the thing about Trump, right, is military-industrial complex, the security state,
Yeah.
has figured a way. They've learnt his supreme. What's the word? His demand for being the big guy, the guy. You know, he needs to be, his ego needs to be stroked in a certain way, and they've learned how to exploit that to their benefit.
That's how the vaccines got a thing.
Yes, so that's warp speed, any kind of war intervention, anything that, you know, anything they want him to do that goes against what he's promised, they will be able to achieve by exploiting his ego in such a way that they've learned how to do now. And that's a major drawback for him. Because
with warp speed, with warp speed, they were like, "Oh, Trump, listen, it's going to be, I was shitting on your feeding the ducks. How do I feed ducks? I feed geese." So with warp speed, they're like, "Listen, this is going to be the best vaccine ever. You're going to be a hero. You're going to go down in history. The thing that everyone said couldn't be done, we've done it. And it's going to be all for you." And he's going to be like, "Yes, this will be my legacy." And he just signed the papers. They were all evil behind his back, and he was just stupid. They stroked his dick, and he just signed the papers. Which, I mean, maybe that's mitigating, maybe that's aggravating. I don't know. He's still responsible for pushing that shit through, and you know, I think that's a big black fucking mark on him.
It is. Another thing I'm dead against him for is the fact that he hasn't just taken on the case of trying to assassinate Julian Assange. He's accelerated it. He's gone on record a number of times saying that he should be killed. And I'm just dead against that for so many reasons. I don't necessarily have to relitigate or unpack all of that because it's a complex thing. I did make a video on it.
I don't think he needs to be killed. I mean, he's already like his brain is like a puddle. Like he's served that sentence already. Figuratively speaking, he has been killed.
Yes.
He carries no clout. He is just a figurehead. If you kill him, if you literally kill him, he's a martyr.
Right.
But his mind is mush. He's already been killed. The job that they want to do, it has already been done.
It's
They're likely
but
too stupid to know that.
Yeah. They are too stupid to know that. They want him. They want to finish the job.
That's
even though the message has already been delivered. We've already got the message.
It's overkill, and it's the kind of overkill that will cause.
That's America. That's the security state.
That will cause a reaction.
Well, maybe that's what they want too. They need a react, because don't forget, there's problem, reaction, and solution always at play. Like they always need some kind of unrest.
They
so that
do
they can
want
bring
to
in some
trans
sweeping
George
powers.
Floyd. They want to trans George Floyd so bad. All they got was dead Jews.
Didn't they already get like 3 trans George Floyd since then?
No, not really.
What about that dude / chick who like shot up the Lakewood church? Did you, by the way, the body camera footage from the Lakewood church shooting?
Yeah, where the kid died?
In Houston. Yeah, where the kid died.
She used them as a fucking shield.
She did, and you can see it all on camera.
And then she's like, "You killed my son." I'm like, listen, you took an autistic boy and you used him as a fucking meat shield. You're an absolute cunt. And I don't care what your gender or whatever is. You're gonna burn in hell for that.
Totally. And I mean, especially doing it in a church. But like, the fucking police, if I could even call them that. There was one guy that went into the line of fire. The rest of them were just hiding and shielding behind pillars and just praying to God. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. No wonder Uvalde and shit like that happened. Like,
oh man,
it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
Like,
I was embarrassed
on
for them.
Like, have you read the official report on Uvalde? I think I have a video about that too. I think it was like the most damning report ever. I'm like,
you really are the third railify guy, though, aren't you? Because I was looking at some of your video titles. And I'm like, yes, and no wonder they hate this guy. I love you to pieces, but I think the titles are really pushing it. I think there's a way that you could.
Well, it's funny which videos like go out. Like, so I had this innocuous video that's relatively fine about Hannah Gutierrez Reed being found guilty of involuntary manslaughter for the on the Rust. Okay, 11 views. I have 1,007 subs. 11 views. Statistically, if it holds up that you're supposed to get 10% on average, about 10% is roughly where you fall of what you have as for subscriber base. I should be at about 100 on each. So I mean, this one is 188, this one's 223, this one's 144, this one's 632. So that's about right. But this one that's 11 for the Rust shooting, like what the hell? And this one, a man drugged his bandmate with estrogen in an effort to feminize him so he could steal his girlfriend.
Is that the title? I mean, I can think of 5 different ways they could censor that.
Well, that's a great title, but that's
they
a great
say keep
story.
it under 70 characters.
Is that what they say?
Because I've got that video. Well, that's what the vidIQ thing says.
Oh man, I fight for 100. I'm like, why don't they give me 110 characters?
It has to. It doesn't have to be, but they recommend it between 50 and 70 characters. Because if it's shorter than 50, it's not descriptive enough, and if it's longer than 70, it will be truncated and you won't see the whole title. It'll end up with an ellipsis on the end.
But I don't know how do you? Okay, so a man drugged his bandmate with estrogen in an effort to feminize him and steal his girlfriend. How do you make that 70 characters?
Have you ever punched it into like GPT or Copilot and just make this title? Give me 10 examples of this title under 70 characters.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, that's often. So what did you say? Let's do it in Copilot. Oh fuck, wrong screen.
But yeah, so it was so funny. And the guy that they're trying to feminize, he's like this skinny little fig. Replace the I with another vowel and you'll know what I'm saying. He's like this skinny little fig. And he wears he's got a little mustache. He wears Hello Kitty hat. I'm like, that's the dude that you're feminizing? What in the hell?
So this isn't even. I haven't paid the thing, so I'm down to the free version. But
Mantroon friend is Steele's girlfriend. Yes, that's funny and that's good. But trooned is that's one of those words you say after the 2 hours. They most definitely won't let that in the title.
So wait, what was the original title?
Man drugged his bandmate with estrogen in an effort to feminize him and steal his girlfriend.
Is that how you spell estrogen? Oh, you don't have an O in it. What did I say? Drugged his bandmate with estrogen and what?
With estrogen in an effort.
In an effort
to feminize him and steal his girlfriend.
Dude, this is a fucking long title.
It is.
How did you think this was?
I don't know. 24
no one's
views.
Gonna even...
It's not very good.
Yeah, because no one can see what it's about. I'll see this part. Man, although that's not that bad. Man drugged his bandmate with estrogen. They'll probably see that part. And the rest will just be truncated. Now, let me say, how do I formulate this question? I'll say, you take the following title and provide 10 examples of.
Then I do a story about a married Minnesota mom who's 38 is arrested for sexually abusing 2 15-year-old boys at the same time, and that gets over 3,000 views. Like the videos that my subscriber base likes is very eclectic, and I guess that's what I've done.
So I mean, you could like optimize that a little bit, but I just said give me 10 examples.
Musician drugged bandmate with estrogen. Bandmate drugged to steal girlfriend.
I mean, these are probably big gay. You might have to just like tweak them a bit. But it give you
Oh,
starting
that's
points.
not a bad one. Musicians feminization plot unveiled.
Mm.
That's how did you? I mean, this was just in Copilot, eh?
No, this was the free version of ChatGPT, but Copilot runs on the same thing. Although it's coming up in the other screen that is not shared at the moment. So
yeah, I mean,
But-
I use that browser. That's the browser for pornography. I suppose I can use it for work.
let me ask Copilot the same thing.
Oh goodness. Or
Do I
what's
have to
another
sign
one?
in? I
that-
don't necessarily have to sign in. Let's go to
What's
creative.
another one that got suppressed really bad? Oh yeah. Here's a story about Joe Biden will finally visit East Palestine 1 year after the toxic train derailment. 14 views.
Yeah, your titles are too long.
You think so?
Because people, I just think the title. I mean, that's what I think anyway. Just because they won't. It'll be truncated. But
Maybe.
I mean, it's not like I'm a fucking YouTube legend. So I'm not
Well,
exactly
you're a lot.
speaking from.
You're a lot more polished than I am. Like when
don't-
I
yeah,
first
but I don't
met you,
get-
I looked at all your shit and I'm like, wow, he's a lot more polished than I am.
I appreciate that, but I don't really get the numbers. I have the one thing that did really well. The best video to date on my channel is this one with Patrick from Vetted. This one got just under 2,800 views. What is it? 279.
What you said, man.
So that's my most popular one. I got about 103 new subscribers from that. I like Patrick a lot. He's cool. He made me a mod on his channel.
Well, that's
It's
nice.
blowing up. Yeah, it's blowing up. Yeah, it's cool. He's got heaps of people attacking him.
I gotta.
Like he's got like bot farms and shit coming after him. It's crazy. I've never seen
And
anything
what
like it.
what does he do?
He's got like a UFO channel. So like he's not a full on necessarily like. I like him because he doesn't buy the whole shtick. Like he'll ask the legitimate questions that most people have.
Yeah.
But he's not condescending either. Like, you know how some people can be rude about it and like really condescending and shit. Like, he's not like that at all. He's just he's curious and but he's not dumb. Like he's not a fool. You can tell he just doesn't just fall for anything. But he follows like and he does videos every day. That's the other thing. Like he does a video every single day. So like the traction is just incredible. Like he gets about 1,000 new subscribers every second day.
I try to make I try to make as many videos as I can. If I can get one out a day, then I have met my goal. But I have fist fights and shit and throwing and toys and sometimes vomit. I'm
Every day is a lot.
Just let me do my work.
You can get away with doing one a week.
Oh, I can.
try and do 2 or 3.
That's not my business model.
Yeah, I know. But like some people don't. Some people with 15 million subscribers do one every 3 months. Isn't that mental? But like they're movie
I hate
feature
it.
sort of things.
I hate it. Like I hate
It frustrates me.
Yeah, I have. How many videos do I have? Have I made?
I'm not even reading these comments back. So I worked at a camera company. I quit after a month because I found out the senior help desk people were watching people's feeds and recordings and would watch this one guy bang a woman he brought home. No way.
What the fuck? What camera
Can you
company?
name
Like, what kind of camera
what's-
company is this?
Should we name it? Oh, maybe we shouldn't. 'cause
Maybe
I'll get
not
sued.
like. I don't know. If you're gonna name it, maybe name 3 of its competitors as well, and we won't know.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good idea. Let's just smear them all.
Is it like
Let's get
is it
them all
like the
sustained.
Google Home systems or whatever? Like,
Well, we could make an assumption from this. Like, if he worked at a company that had access to the feeds,
well, no, there's a lot. There's like even my Chinese. What is my Chinese one? Mine is called Little
you
Elf
can guarantee
Smart.
they're watching you wank off. Those Chi-Coms are definitely watched you rub one out. I can
Well,
guarantee you that.
it's in my living room, and it's in my little boy's room. So I mean, there's nothing that they're
okay.
watching. I mean, they're watching chaos, absolute fucking chaos in the day. That's for sure.
Well, they are watching.
They're watching me run around going, "Oh my god, why is there shit on your face?" That was literally today.
Yeah, this is what I was saying to Magoose before. A closed system. You definitely need it. Obviously, it's more work to access and set up, but there's no other way. There's no like it's either that or nothing for me. Like I'm definitely not going to hand off fucking the inside of my home to some company. Jeez, they've already got enough of it with all these devices. They've already reached it. Like they can already hear. Like it seems strange for me to say that because like the NSA and everyone can hear what we're saying right now. Especially we're broadcasting this publicly, but like even when we go offline, if my phone's not listening, my neighbor's is, and then there's the iPad, and then there's
well,
this.
Man, I got a Google thing right here.
The light globes can hear you these days.
Oh, you know what fucking happened to my wife? Oh, I forget what we were talking about. It was the weirdest thing. I'm not gonna remember what it was specifically, but my wife and I, we were talking via oh right, this is what it was. My wife and I, we text over WhatsApp, right? Because we need to send like a lot of files back and forth, like little videos of the kids and blah 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 blah, right? So me and my wife were texting about something on WhatsApp. This was like last week, and we were talking about getting something for the kids, and we were discussing it. Hey, what do you think about this? And then we just sort of left it at that. Then afterwards, so she was at home. She was at work, and then she comes home, and then she's like upstairs in bed checking her phone, and all of a sudden, all of her like all the ads that she would get it was the thing we were talking about.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's really weird, eh? Because
it's happened to me many times.
It's like
now.
You texted that in an app
that's
supposed to be encrypted. You didn't say the words out loud. You texted it. It's like the phone is scanning your fucking input.
The encrypted chats are bullshit. I mean, I think pretty much the only one worth its salt is like Signal, I think, but even that has exploits that you can tap into. Yeah, I mean the bad example that you've done, that targeted advertising thing where it's been mentioned either by text or even just by verbal communication to someone in the same room. That's happened so many times now that it's not just like could this be happening? That's definitely a thing. That is definitely happening.
Yes, audibly. I know that for a fact is. But
both of it. Both methods.
Just texting in an encrypted app, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you were looking for this? And my wife's like, yo, what the fuck? Like,
to me, the texting in the encrypted app, that being intercepted is less surprising to me than it is just a conversation between me and
oh, really? Yeah, I'm
someone
totally
else in my room.
I'm totally the opposite on that. I think I'm like, yeah, this fucking thing turns on all the time, being like, what's that? What are you saying? And it's obviously
a given. I mean, that's
it's
just
listening
a given.
For the prompt. Like a lot of people don't realize that.
That's why when you go into a skiff, doesn't matter what kind of how fancy your phone is, you have to leave them at the door because they just know.
Well, yeah, because they're listening. Like mine is always listening for everything. So if it hears a song, it can tell me what song it is.
Right. And the whole thing about, like, I think it's cute how, you know, if you say, hey, Siri, you can turn that feature off, but it doesn't mean that it's actually turned off. It's just like it's turned the response off. That's all it's doing. You can still hear everything I'm fucking saying. But yeah, I mean, that's been proven out so many different times. It's not just speculation. They've done... like, you can see when the different components of the phone are operable.
Oh,
you can
Mangoose says TikTok is collecting keystrokes from other apps on your phone, so that's fucking scary.
And Temu as well. Temu is also Temu is taking all your keystrokes and it's accessing your photo library regardless of whether you've permitted it to or not. Everything.
That's fucking terrifying.
And there's a class action now that we can all join. If you've ever downloaded Temu on your phone at any time,
how would they know if I did that or not?
Do you have an Android or an Apple?
I have an Android.
I just assume it'd be in your Play Store history.
If it's a class action, I likely wouldn't have to even prove it. I would just line up for my $2 I would get.
Yes. Yeah, and I think there's more than one now. I haven't entered it myself. I'm already part of several class actions for different things, but I should sign on to this one too, because I did download Temu once just to see what it would be like. I'll be like, I'm going to order in some, that's what I ordered, some standoff screws for my motherboard.
Yeah.
And I asked for M3 screws and standoffs. And so they sent M3 standoffs and a totally different size screw that didn't fit into it.
Oh, it's a disaster.
Like, you're fucking ridiculous. But it was like $3. So I was expecting it to be. But they were useless to me. So now I've just got these sets of screws that don't fit the fucking stand. I use the standoffs work though. Sorry, chat. I'm a bit retarded. I haven't fucking been.
Okay, wait. Okay, I'll have to ask user a question. So this C1N645 bullshit, is that supposed to mean can you read this shit? Is that what that is? Am I seeing the Matrix as I look at that? Is that what it is? Can you read this shit?
Now that you've said that out loud, I can see that, but
it's like I can fucking see the Matrix in your goddamn things like that.
And then what's this one then? Something this. I don't know. This is like. Hold on. To encrypt chat, the best way to use the. So he's using a cipher. Okay, so we just need to.
Can you figure this out? Okay, so then it's not. Can you read this shit? No. All right. So. Like this.
Hold on, there's so many chats I missed. Let's play a skate. What was this? Just play the noise of scooping mayo on a loop.
Oh, I love mayo.
So my grandfather set up your version of Area 51, Daniel. Oh, you mean Pine Gap?
Fuck, there we go. Pine
Gap is crazy, man. Pine Gap.
I know, you've told me all about it.
So everyone that goes into the towns of Alice Springs, they track everyone that goes into that town. And so when I posted this video the other day of Spanian, he goes around the various different hoods of the world, like the rough areas, and and films them. He does a great job of it. And he went to Alice Springs, where the crime rate is just fucking insane. And he was surprised that when he went in there, the police already knew that he was there and that they had a meeting about it the day before. And he was shocked. He didn't know why. And he never really explained it. He just put it down to, it's a heavy police sort of, it's a heavy police tactic because it's a rough area, right? No, it's literally because you're meters away from this fucking base and they're spying on you. They're spying on everyone. It's crazy. Anyway, sorry, there's so many different tangents.
So, Magoo says, yes, Pine Gap, my grandfather helped run it. Does that make Magoo a Fed?
It makes her grandfather a
Are you a Fed adjacent?
No, it's not a Fed because, well, I guess it is a federal. Yeah, it is. They're a global fucking operation.
That's Fed adjacent.
It's Fed adjacent, yeah. Well, it's a federal agency of the United States, even though the Federation itself isn't its jurisdiction. It ignores that anyway. But still, the whole thing about Pine Gap, right, is that one of our, the US deposed the fucking Australian Prime Minister over it. Because he's like, well, we're going to go in and shut it down. And so they got the fucking, it was John Kerr, I think it was John Kerr was the Governor General at the time, and he was a CIA asset, and he was the Queen's representative, so he had the power to sack the Prime Minister, and that's what he did.
I wish we had somebody that would sack our Prime Minister. God.
Well, the King can do it. The King can get his representative to do it. So I'm assuming you've got a Governor General.
We do have a governor general.
So he can do it, or he or she can do it.
I
he
know,
said
but they're fucking they're in his his back pocket.
in his fanny.
They're in his back pocket because
He said he invented the technology
Because
they
he
used
picks
to
them.
hack Russians. He what?
because does your prime minister pick the governor general?
No.
Who picks your governor general? Our prime minister picks ours.
Actually, maybe they do. Hold on. Who picks the
Because so
slogan?
our governor general is usually like besties, LOL, high five, let's hold dicks to the prime minister. And so our prime minister has 10 fucking scandals, like or 15 scandals. Each scandal should be enough for a prime minister to be fucking ejected. But this guy's made it. Everyone's like, "Oh, Donald
so
Trump is
technically-
Teflon Don." Nobody's more Teflon Don than Trudeau. Oh my god!
So I'm imagining that it's the same setup in Canada, where the Governor General is appointed by the King on advice of the Prime Minister. So in other words, the Prime Minister does pick them, but they don't have the authority to actually appoint them, and so they hand that recommendation to the King, who has the authority to appoint them, because it's the King's representative. Because
Yes, I know, but I think it might just be just like I think we might even just skip that step and said it was and say it's done anyways. Like, yeah, we texted the King. He said it's fine. Like I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So
that's how it
same deal. Wow. There's that. He retired from Raytheon 20 years ago.
Did you see that?
Yeah. He's in the swamp.
Did you see that fight earlier today? There was a black girl beat the shit out of a white girl and smashed her head into the concrete like some fucking animal.
I feel like I've missed so many chats here.
A little high school girl.
Oh, that was back when we were talking about titles. That was when your grandfather invaded my country. That was when you say literally. I say literally a lot. I say it all the time. Yeah, literally.
Because literally means literally. It also means figuratively, but unironically or whatever. I don't know.
Anyway, I think we went all through that. Much of that was conversations between you guys. My friends and I can have the entire complex conversations completely non-verbally. It doesn't work over the phone or computer, though, obviously. I know what you mean. You have to be very in tune with that friend, though. And it doesn't matter how long you've known them either. It's just like sometimes you just click with certain people and you can see just from looking across the room at each other, especially when like there's something odd going on and you can't talk about it. There's
like,
always that conversation you can have from across
there's some
the room.
people where I can have an entire conversation with them in my own head.
Yeah.
And it's like fucking accurate as to what it would be if I had it out loud, and then I already know the answer. It's like, we know each other too good, eh? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I've had that a few times. It's a bit creepy.
Yeah.
And this is why they say we're human beings are really actually, we are telepathic, and that we've just been dumbed down because our pineal gland has been calcified or some shit like that.
Yeah, that stuff like creeps me out. All of that stuff. Like those conspiracy, I mean that weirds me out because I'm like, oh my god, what if that's true? It could literally be true.
Are you saying, Magoose, you saying that your granddad would be considered domestic Terry now because of his political views, or because of what he did
because he was on the Capitol at J6?
Yeah, because he thought about the fucking Capitol on January 6th.
Oh, and you know what's crazy?
I drew a picture of the fucking White House on January 6th.
You know what's crazy? So, and this is something I just learned is that for the most part, there was no firearms at the Capitol, right?
Except for the one that went through Ashley Babbitt's neck.
Except for the one that went through Ashley Babbitt. But also except for the one that was fired outside.
Yeah, I saw a video of that. I saw
some
footage
guy
of it.
fired one into the air.
Yeah, so I seen it. It's a
And-
couple of shots, wasn't it?
Yeah, into the air, and then didn't do anything of it, right?
Wasn't he a Fed? Wasn't he a glowy?
He was a Fed, or not a Fed. He was a Fed, but not literally Fed adjacent. He was like an informant, right? So he was on. He was on the.
It was an asset.
Yeah, he was on the, and he had a headset. He was talking. Somebody was talking to him in his ear, and he was. Man, there's a fucking Twitter video on it, and he was on the most wanted list, and then he got removed and sent along his way. All the insurrection hunters or whatever they call themselves, those blowhards, the media and the police knew who this guy was. This guy's been arrested a couple times on other things, and they
Watch this. This is January 6th.
yeah.
Police
And-
officers. He's in cuffs. And then this is the one that really fucking annoyed me. And this has been released early on, right? Then look at what happens. Hey, fist bump. Good job, mate. On your
Yeah.
way. They're friends. Fist bump. He was just in fucking cuffs.
Yeah.
And now they're just here on camera being all chummy and like laughing with each other. And off you go. Fist bump.
Yeah, so listen, the guy with the gun, who was on the list and then got off the list, and it's been 3 years or whatever, just got arrested because Donald Trump said the other day there was no other weapons. What are you talking about? It was the only weapon that was involved was Ashley Babbitt, because we always forget about this guy who fired shots outside, like kind of far away or whatever. So then he says that, then the feds go in, they swoop in, arrest this guy, and like, we got a guy who had a gun. And we're like, really? You're just sitting on that, weren't you?
Yeah.
For 3 years, you just
They
sat
sit
on that
shit for
waiting.
ages. Yeah, of course.
I fucking hate feds so much.
And just for the record, Magoose's granddad hates the swamp and they did him dirty, forced him into retirement. That sounds about right.
They tend to do that the way they
I think they do that with even their most loyal fucking.
yeah, what's her, Victoria Nuland, the architect of Ukraine, was just forced into retirement because they were done with her shit. So yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, they fucking use you up and spit you out. Nobody's untouchable. How you get rid of Trudeau is my attorney advised me not to finish this statement. Yeah.
Yeah, man, he's
Yeah.
passed. He's doing the most like bullshit fucking laws. Is literally gay. That's probably why his wife left him, man. Like, his wife just got out of there.
Did she?
Yeah, she left him.
When?
I don't know, months ago.
Oh, so recently.
Yeah, but they had been like broken up for a little while, and she had a secret, like a secret relationship with some Ottawa surgeon or something like that.
Yeah, I bet he's had the same relationship with the same surgeon.
I don't know. It's like he likes kids because he had that NDA of that school he taught at. That was weird. But then there's also like some rumors that he and some like other like fruity sort of European politicians were, they're having conversations and
Thanking the monkeys.
yeah, maybe in some kind of weird occult circle or something. Yeah, fuck, I hate
funny.
the guy. I've never
love
hated a
it.
politician before until Trudeau.
Yeah, he's hateable, and I feel for you because he's like your prime minister. Which yuck.
Although, you know who else I hate?
We've had some shit ones. Like we've had some pretty bad ones. but
Is
they're not-
it Dan Andrews, or is that the fella I'm thinking
So
of?
he was a premier. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I
he's
hated
actually-
that cunt. I hated him.
Yeah. He's very hateable. I hate that cunt too. If you see the footage of the shit he did to us, and
I know.
not specifically me.
I
Victorians,
followed Australia. I followed it so intently.
That's why they call him Dictator Dan. Now he's now stepped down. But what's happened also is ASIO, our CIA, has identified him as, and they haven't named him, but they said we positively identified a prominent former Australian politician as being implicated in a Chinese spy ring. And it's and right. We're not releasing the name because we don't see they said there is no benefit to the public to know the name of this former politician. And everyone's like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? He's committed treason. Of course we need to know who it is. And then they've turned around but then guess what? It turns out Australian law doesn't recognise treason as a crime.
You're going
No,
way
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
back there to your roots, eh? Just a bunch of criminals.
So that's why they're not bothering to release the name, even though everyone knows it's either Daniel Andrews or Mark McGowan. We're pretty sure it's Daniel Andrews. But
Jesus.
Everyone's talking about it, but they refuse to name it because there's literally nothing that we could do about it.
Yeah, we have a lot of the Chinese government doing spy shit in...
I bet you don't recognize treason either.
I think we do have treason. We do have treason. But China actually, with no sugarcoating it, actually, factually interfered in our last election, got Chinese liberal people elected.
They interfere in every single one of our elections, like all the way down to the local fucking governments.
Yeah. They interfere in a lot of local elections in British Columbia. Like, that's fucking crazy, man. That story's wild. Man, there's like
Hold on. There's conflicting information here.
There's like a lot of stories about the Oscars right now. Like, of all the things I don't give a shit, I don't give shit about this the most.
Fucking Oscars. The treason is an offence under Section 80.1 of the Criminal Code Act 1995, which is an offence that applies across the nation and carries a maximum penalty of life in prison. To establish... Oh, fuck off, cunt. To establish the offence, the prosecution must have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that you killed the sovereign, the sovereign's heir, governor general, or prime minister, or harmed the sovereign, governor. So it's all about just protecting the king. So there isn't actually harmed, imprisoned, or restrained the sovereign, levied a war, undertook an act preparing for war against the Commonwealth, or instigated a non-citizen to invade the Commonwealth or one of its territories. So the form of treason under which that offence there is no offence that act that would fall under treason. It doesn't apply because it just covers the protection of the king and the prime minister.
Yeah, and speaking of like Chinese shit, San Francisco just put a Chinese national in charge of elections, it says Magoose. Yes, a woman who can barely speak English, who's not a citizen. Not a citizen of America at all. Yeah, she's not a citizen.
What the fuck?
She's like an illegal, basically.
These guys are just laughing at you. Oh, not you.
And she's in charge.
The Americans.
She's in charge of like policy for like election stuff to get like illegals and shit to vote. And it's like, you're just giving your state away, man.
They're totally laughing at you. They're letting the whole thing burn down and they're laughing at you the whole time. What if the entire human race is telepathic except for you and we all just agreed not to tell you? Do you ever have those little like thoughts sometimes, like the Truman Show thoughts? Not like fully like deranged, like
no, not. But I kind of like
main character syndrome or anything, but like just sometimes that you think, oh, just for a fleeting moment.
No, like I'm beginning to believe more and more and more that this is a simulation. Like how is it that you could have a mom and a dad that obviously look different, have a kid, and then somewhere in the world you have a different mom and a dad and they're totally different. They have a kid and these two kids are the exact same. They're doppelgangers. How is that possible?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
I wonder if maybe there's only a certain set limit of like people
Variations.
structures available in the
mutations.
program. Well, no,
Genetic
just
mutations.
okay. Think of I don't know, a fucking game where you can create a character, like I don't know, like Baldur's Gate or some shit. You can create characters in that, right? How many characters can you create before you start creating the same characters over? Because there's only a certain fucking set of things. What if our simulation is like that, and that's why we get doppelgangers?
Yeah, you mean like I just think that you could. What do you mean like they've run out of
Yeah,
memory, and then so they had to reload them?
Well,
The
let's
same
just say
fucking
there's
template again.
let's just say there's only a certain set of noses. I don't know, pick a number. Let's say there's
I think maybe
500
the
million
simulation needs
types
to
of
upgrade
noses.
it. Maybe if they just upgrade their GPU on the simulation, we could have.
Well, it
unique
might not even
characters
be
again.
that. It might just be the programming. The programmers only said, okay, listen, we're going to do 100 million types of noses. And then eventually, it fucking adds up that you've made the same person twice.
There's so many different areas with that nose joke. I've got a massive nose. I've got a fucking big Jew nose.
Ha! I wasn't even
It's
thinking
not
about
really
that.
Jewish though. Doesn't look that Jewish.
But you know how you have like some people and you're like they're totally different people and they look different, but you look at them and you're like, oh, you have the same eyes as this person.
Yeah.
Like, and some of the shit, it just feels like we're in a simulation. Like it doesn't work out. Like, have you ever been doing something, right? Maybe you're like building something or you're fixing something or whatever, and you had a screw or whatever, you dropped it, and then all of a sudden it's gone forever. And you're like, that's fallen into a black hole. And then like I've done that in an empty room when there was no place for it to go. It literally disappeared.
It's happened to me several
I'm
times when
still
I'm moving
freaked out
into a
about it.
place. Yeah, it's happened to me multiple times when moving into a place, and that exact same scenario you've said is an empty room. There's nowhere for it to be hiding, and it's gone. It goes.
Yeah, just drop the thing, and you're like, oh, and you're like, this just disappeared. How is that
seen
possible?
those fucking ones? There's videos on the internet of people where they've got the opposite of that happening, where they're finding a nail drops off, like a girl has a fake nail, falls off. They're fairly unique, right? You're not going to find just spares of them lying around.
Mm-hmm.
And then so all of a sudden they check their finger again, and then the nail's still there, but also so is the one that fell off on the ground. So
It's a glitch.
extra
It's
nail.
a glitch in the Matrix. I think there's actually a subreddit about that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, glitches in the Matrix. And so this has happened with all sorts of things, extra pairs of sunnies, extra pairs of... Now something like that has happened to me before, but because their videos is like, or they're almost certainly fake, but like I believe that does happen because I've had something similar to like that happen. Like I've definitely torn up and destroyed a piece of a letter before when I was really young, because it was going to be sent somewhere and I wanted to do it over again and start again, and I screwed it up, and then like fucking I think I set it on fire maybe, and then I found it again in the drawer the next day.
It's weird.
It's not a very riveting story, but
no, but the fact that a thing happened that you can't undo it.
No, it was burned to ash. I'm pretty sure it was like
it was
destroyed.
redone like a glitch of the Matrix.
Yeah, and it was handwritten, so it wasn't like an extra printout or anything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that shit happens to me, and I'm just like, I like look. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. The Matrix took it. Like it's in a black hole somewhere. Maybe it will turn up in the fucking fridge. I don't know if it turns up
someone
at
else
all.
got it. Someone else has 3 now, or whatever. What did you lose? Whatever it was, they've got an extra one.
Yeah, they've just pulled it out of their bag. Like, I mean, yeah, it's like that's weird. So I am more and more convinced that this is like a simulation. Like we're just, I don't know, us from the future or whatever is like running a simulation of something, or who knows. Like, but it's yeah, there's too much weird shit that happens, and it's kind of like why history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it does rhyme.
It rhymes.
And how some people can just kind of like, I don't know, they're almost in tune with that, and they can go, oh yeah, this will probably happen, this will probably happen, this will probably happen, and they're like, oh, you're a prophet. You're like, no, I just recognize the patterns, like I can see them.
Right. Just what Goose is saying here. I remember seeing this something a journalist got fucking taken off and questioned or something by
Steve
the
Baker.
FBI. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, what? That's how are they? How is that? How are they allowed to do that? Like,
Because-
I mean, it sounds ridiculous for me to say that because how are they allowed to do most of the shit that they've fucking done for the last 5 years?
Well, they
But,
can't.
like,
so
this
they're
is a
actually-
real red line that they're crossing. They're
Oh,
just
yes.
they're imprisoning journalists.
Oh, so
And we already did. I don't have to relitigate the Julian Assange case. That's a very obvious one. But this is it. Is happening on your home soil with an American. Like, what the fuck? What's going on? Like, you
well,
could
yeah,
sort
you
of
would
argue
think,
it
you
with
would think
Julian 'cause he's not
Gonzalo
American,
Lira.
but-
You think Gonzalo Lira, who's an American, would be bad enough being killed in a Ukrainian jail, but Steve
Right.
Baker had journalism credentials, like legit. He was a journalist,
Mm.
and you watch the videos that he's in it. He's up there, he's looking around, he's doing all this stuff, he's writing in his notebook, he's leaning up against a pillar, and he's in the corner, not talking to it. He's just literally journaling all of the stuff. And then he goes in there and he's all polite and he's writing all down. He takes a moment and maybe makes a phone call or a text or whatever. And then he leaves. And then they've been like sitting on him. And then he gets
Yeah,
he
they
gets a
wait
job
for
with the
it.
Blaze. He gets a job with the Blaze and he starts sharing his reporting and all that stuff. And then they go after him. While another journalist from was it ABC or NBC, CBC?
Yeah, it's happened to
or-
someone else as well.
No, a leftist journalist was in there, and they didn't even go after them.
No, but oh yeah, okay, that might have happened too. But someone else has been arrested as well. I can't remember who it was.
Everyone.
But this is not the only person. There's a couple of them. I can't remember, but it's happening. It's like, and then they're saying fuck all about it.
Yeah,
Like this is a major. This is a giant threshold that has been crossed. That should be kind of headline news, and it's not. Fellow journalists are not sticking up for the
well, they don't want to be
cohort.
next. They don't want to be.
Well, then
next.
there's fucking spineless cunts that shouldn't be fucking anywhere near a camera.
I
How
agree.
can you call yourself a journalist if you're not going to stand up for freedom of press? What the fuck? Sorry, I get it. It makes me angry. Like,
you should be mad. I'm mad about it. But
These
it's
cunts.
that's what it is. But the thing there's a silver lining. It's unfortunate that it has to come to this silver lining, but it's a silver lining nonetheless. Is that there's one of the charges that just about everybody that's getting charged with is the interrupting the official proceeding or whatever. They're actually using that charge incorrectly. It was never meant to be like this. They're interpreting it entirely wrong in a way that's never been done before, and so that's going to the Supreme Court, and they're going to toss it. So that I think it's the Supreme
there's a lot
Court.
of yo-yoing that. Like, surely there has to be such a big giant clean out of the American justice system, like in the next administration, because the amount of fucking public funds that are being wasted with just frivolous, ridiculous, insane cases that just get yo-yoed back and forth. That will never go beyond, they always get appealed and tossed out, but it's like, it's a joke. Like it's it's a banana republic. Like the whole thing is just made a whole joke of the whole system, whole country.
Pretty much.
And
yeah,
and when that system's gone, what's the next best one to look at? What, fucking Australia? We're fucked if that's the case. Like, dude, that's what America escaped.
Yeah.
And there's nowhere else to run to if that falls apart. It's like we need them to be strong. I'm glad that they're the global hegemon. I don't want that to change.
Well, yeah, we don't want America to be Canada, that's for sure.
Right.
Because we have speech laws now that will land you life in prison or a $70,000 fine. Like,
is it the same in Ireland as well? It was the life in prison in Canada. It was Canada.
Yeah, it's fucked. Like, it's just
some cunt on fucking someone was messaging someone on Twitter, like, here it is. What is it? Let me show you. I hypocrite. This is in his DMs. You're lucky I'm a loyal Brit, otherwise I would send you to the gulag. And then he's like, what do you want about? He says, online safety bill. I can report and learn your name. I can legit destroy your life. Even one email link. And I can do that if you slip up once. Be racist and you will be found. Fight against humanity and you will be treated inhumanely. What the fuck is wrong with these cunts? Who do they for self-importance, man? Is so off the charts. It's unbelievable.
That is wild. That is terrifying.
Isn't it terrifying that they've handed this just unbridled power to these crazy cunts? These people are crazy.
Yeah, it goes back to they are on the progressive
Probably never touched
end
a
of the
pair of
left.
tits in his life.
That's probably not true. He probably
I'm sorry,
bolted a
I
pair
fucking-
onto himself and then funneled his own business. Because that's how they do it.
Oh god, did you see the Japanese Truman Show? No. What, is that a film? Is that like an actual movie?
No, that might be a reality show. Japan is fucked for their shows.
Guys, I had to turn my heater. Because we had a cold front. It hasn't been on for months. And it fucking stinks.
Yeah, man. I got snow outside now. It just fucking snowed. It just dumped on me today. I'm like, wow. Yeah. So
what about when does your house flood when it melts?
No.
Oh. Why not?
Because I don't live in a valley?
But is that a thing? Like, do people's houses flood when it melts?
Yeah, man.
Watch the Mandela Catalog, really good ARG. Yeah, that is actually. I've seen parts of it. And that's the one where there's a whole website, right? And they've got like mysterious rides. It's like an old theme park that was abandoned or something like that. It's fucking cool. If you're into ARGs, that's a really good one. I think it was invented by Nexpo, like made by Nexpo.
So, not too long ago, I went down a rabbit hole about Mandela effects, and that fucks me up. It fucks me.
Yeah.
It fucks me up bad because for example, Pikachu never had black on his tail.
Mm-hmm.
I distinctly remember him with black on his tail. Or the fucking when Mr. Peanut never had like a monocle or some shit. I distinctly remember that.
The Monopoly guy. Yeah.
Or somebody was how I distinctly remember that. Or
me too.
Is it the Berenstain Bears versus the
Berenstain
Bears? And I'm like, I remember it the incorrect way. I swear to God, I do. And yeah, when I'm shown the real one, I feel like I'm being gaslit. I'm like, no, that's not what I remember. It's just it's like this weird fucking glitch. It's like Mandela effects. They fuck me up bad.
So everyone knows about the Fruit of the Loom one.
Yeah, that's bullshit. I know there was a cornucopia. Like you fucking
right, and so they actually here it is. I'm going to.
There was a cornucopia because that's how I
there
would
was,
draw.
and I'm going to show you right here, right now. I tweeted at them about this back in 2023. Did the Fruit of the Loom logo have a cornucopia in it? 88.9% people were saying yes. I didn't even tag them in it. They just showed up and they're like pleading the fifth on this one. I'm like, fuck you. You got to be kidding me. Because if you go to their like Fruit of the Loom trademark, you can see that
there's a cornucopia in the
it's described but not drawn. So
somebody drew it.
See, there it is. See, like Fruit of the Loom. Where is okay? So design search code: berries, raspberries, strawberries, grapes, apples, baskets of fruit, containers of fruit, cornucopia, horn of plenty. It's definitely written there in the trademark that was since cancelled in November 1973. And this has been frequently cited as what they call residue. They call it residue of a previous timeline, where it did contain a cornucopia, but as you'll see in the actual drawing here, it's not there, but it's described. So, just for them to play into it, I thought was very cheeky.
Yeah, so you know what it's kind of like? It's like we're in that simulation, and then there's been like an update, and the update takes out the cornucopia, but it doesn't do it perfectly because updates, maybe they're not perfect. Like I swear to fucking God, we're in a simulation.
Well, they reckon there's more evidence for that than there is not. And then the horrifying reality of that is where does base reality sit? And how could you ever know if you've arrived there? Because if we're a simulation, then there has to be something of which we're born out of. And then it's kind of like the ever recurring question of who invented God? It just keeps begging that question forward. Well, who invented that then? Who created that?
Well,
who created that? Who created that?
Well, it's not necessarily.
Or where did it come from? There's different ways you can parse that out, but it's essentially the same recurring issue.
Well, it's theoretically that nobody created God because God's always been and blah 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 blah.
The steady state theory.
But the whatever is running the simulation is just old enough that it can fucking run a simulation. And God still exists.
But that would suggest that there is a reality. That would suggest that there is some kind of realm, at least, if you don't want to call it a reality, there is a realm of which that simulation is born out of.
Yes. And
so some would regard that as being the base reality. But what if it is so that all of the same indicators suggesting that we're a simulation also exist in that base reality, quote unquote base reality. Therefore, that is also a simulation. And the proof of that, I mean, the probability of that being so is demonstrated in our current timeline, where we are in the process of simulating artificial general intelligence. So we're already spawning the new generation of that. So why would it not be so all the way down? And where would it stop? Like, how could you prove that you've arrived at base reality?
But if you pretend for a moment that this was base reality and you just loaded up a game of The Sims, you're playing a simulation, and then that's one step removed. They're in the computer, and then we're out of the computer. But what if we're the video game The Sims, and something is out of the computer? What that is, I have no idea. It would probably look like us, I suspect. Otherwise, because we don't play Sims with things that don't look like us. So it would probably look like us, but be super advanced. Maybe they'd be like fucking little green aliens being like, we used to look like that. Isn't that cool? Look at these cavemen.
I want to just shout out my fucking audience here in the chat. Thank you so much for sticking with us for 4 hours, all the way into this early hours of the morning. I forget that it's late for you guys. Huh?
On screen there, urinalists.
I gotta do a piss real quick. Can you hold the fort for a second?
You're like a cocker spaniel, aren't you?
Well, I've been drinking this cordial a lot. At the moment, my legs are literally crossed because I don't want to piss my pants. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you go.
Hold on.
You do your thing.
Comment that you can. I wish you could control it. Anyway, I'll be back.
God damn it, chat. I literally can. I just gotta wait. Oh, maybe that's my fault. Maybe that is my fault. Oh, yeah. See, that's my fault. I should have brought up my screen, and then he could have clicked okay. Yeah, I'm the retard there. But yeah, so there's a bunch of Mandela effects. They freaked me out. Like I know I saw Pikachu with black on his tail. And then they're like, no, that never existed. I'm like, what? I think I had a toy or an action figure with black on the tail. Like, who would just make that up? But yeah, so that kind of stuff freaked me right out. Get a gamer streamer bucket noob. I don't know what that is. What is that? Magoo says, not to mention the sham J6 committee and the news organizations have used his footage. Yeah, that was like the most offensive, part of Steve Baker. Like, he does the thing, he has the footage, he does like real journalism and all that, and the other places were like, oh yeah, journalist Steve Baker who was there, blah 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 blah, doing all the stuff, and then the feds go, bitch, you're under arrest, and then they perp walk him. They fucking perp walked him with fucking chains on his ankles, like he was like in The Fugitive, like he's gonna run away. He's like, he voluntarily fucking showed up, and you're gonna put ankle chains on him. Those cunts, those FBI motherfuckers. I hate them so much. Fucking, they need to be defunded and disbanded. My God. Get a game, a bucket. Oh, I see. So you pee in it. I see. Or you could be like the Jeremy of the quartering and just pee in the drain that you have. You could do that. I wouldn't recommend that. Do you remember Cartman in the WoW episode?
Sorry, I fucking swallowed a fly or something.
Oh my God! Now you gotta you have to now swallow a frog that will swallow the fly.
Oh yeah, how does that whole thing go?
There once was a woman who swallowed the fly. She swallowed the fly. I think she'll die. Then once was a woman who swallowed a frog. She swallowed the frog to swallow the fly. I think she'll die. Once was a woman who swallowed a cat to swallow the frog to swallow the fly. It goes on and on and on. I don't know.
It gets ridiculous, that one.
Yeah.
They all do. Oh, this has been a long stream. We've gone for 4 hours and 16 minutes.
Well, I've gone for 3 hours. You were already on.
Somehow.
And you were like, I'm dying on stream. You went pretty good.
Oh, that was the third attempt, bro. You should, the one before that was terrible. Still got a recording there somewhere.
But then again, everyone, I want you to know my special ability is I bring out the best in other people. Not myself, because that would be awesome. Just other people.
That's why we needed him. That's why we needed you to come and save the stream. They always end up like the longest stream we've ever done. Or that every time you come on the channel, we break the record of the longest stream.
Well, it's because, you put your ADHD ring in and I put my ADHD ring in and our powers combine, and before you know it, it's Captain Planet and we go on for a long time.
We do. What time is it there? It's like 3 a.m., 4 a.m.?
3:42.
Fuck.
I'm in trouble. I'm gonna be in trouble. My kids are gonna be, because my kids are fucked up time wise. They're gonna be up soon, and they're gonna be like, "Oh my God, I'm so awake," and I'm like, I hate you all.
I should let you go and deal with that, because I gotta go shortly and make some dinner and contact my mother back.
Daniel says, swallowing an insect in Australia. Are you going to die? Yes, he is.
No, that's like, once you swallow a fly in Australia, that's how you know you're one of us. It's just a rite of passage.
Oh, I thought you'd have to like fight a kangaroo or something.
Actually,
is what you guys do?
I did try and fight a kangaroo before I knew that they were so vicious, and that was dumb of me because like I've grown up here, but like they ran away from me. So
some of them are just so fucking jacked. I look at that thing and it's just
like
ripped muscles, and then it's got these claws too. I'm like, you're like Wolverine but jumpy. Like, what are you doing?
These were skittish little cunts. They just like went boing boing because they fucked up our car. We had to get towed. My foot was hurting. And so I wanted
it's the Australian deer.
So I remember chasing them with a rock and they ran away. But then
You
they're
have
like,
to fight an
"No, no, no,
emu.
everyone's like
can't-
waving me down, like, don't, they'll fuck you up. And I'm like, oh,
He
that's
can't
right.
fight an emu. He will lose twice.
What do you mean? I don't get it.
Well, he says you have to fight an emu, and you can't fight an emu because you'll lose twice.
Mm.
Because
I'll
there's-
lose twice.
Because Australia lost a war to emus twice.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, we've lost to a lot of different fauna. We've lost out to fucking rabbits and crocodiles and all sorts of
and
shit.
toads. You got those? Are they cane toads that you guys got now?
Yeah, we got cane toads that are a menace now. In Sydney specifically, and nowhere else, we've got like the most dangerous spider known to man. And literally, it's only deadly to man.
What is that called?
It's
Don't
called
look
the
it up.
It's called the Sydney funnel web.
Oh, okay. I thought the deadliest spider
There's
was
other
like
funnel
the-
webs,
was
but the
the
Sydney
banana.
funnel web is the most. The venom is the most lethal.
Oh, I thought it was the
humans.
Brazilian wandering spider, aka the banana spider. That was the deadliest.
Yes, so there's different. So there's deadliest, there's most venomous, and they're different measures. So the deadliest would probably factor in things like actual human deaths, as opposed to how poisonous the venom is.
Oh, I see.
So because for example, because the Sydney funnel web is only here, and they're still quite rare even around here. Like I've only ever seen one in my 5 years here, and
you guys
they
tried
look
to
like
fumigate?
tarantulas.
That's so scary. I'm arachnophobic, so please don't bring
But
one
they're
up on
not.
screen.
They don't. Like if they bite your dog or cat, they'll be fine.
Well, what
It's
the
just-
fuck's the
it's only
difference?
humans. Well, the bizarre thing is they've evolved over millions of years to have this toxin that targets humans specifically, even though we hadn't arrived yet at that time of evolution. Supposedly, according to our record, anyway.
You're gonna
So-
tell me that's not fucking mysterious and suspicious? That's sus.
Of course it is. Of course it is mysterious and suspicious. It either suggests that humanity is a lot older than we think, which is almost certainly true, or there is some sort of divine mechanism going on there, because they had they're only toxic to us. No other.
Or
fauna.
it's a simulation, and they were programming all the little bugs in, and they're like, well, we're gonna have this one, and people are gonna be there eventually, so let's program that shit in.
Yeah,
Like,
and you might be able to fact check me in terms of it being the most venomous, but I'm pretty sure it's the most venomous spider.
I'm not gonna fact check you, because fact checking that kind of thing brings up an image of the thing, and I'm too scared to do it. So I trust that you're correct.
I'm just gonna
That's
look it up off
That's the
screen
beauty
here.
of arachnophobia. I don't want to know.
I used to have arachnophobia, but you can't really get away with that very long in this country.
Yeah, that's why I'll
Um,
never go to your country, even though I really want to. I really want to, but I'm like, you know what?
Look, you probably won't
can't.
run into many.
I just can't. I don't want to find like a fucking redback in my shoes.
I've been bitten by a redback when I was 2.
Really?
Yeah.
You know that's a black widow, right?
They're slightly different. I've been bitten by one of them too.
The fuck's the? Are you real? Are you just a
Yeah,
part
the
of the
black widows.
simulation?
The black widows are. Oh no, I'm thinking of a white widow. Sorry, I'm thinking of a white widow. The
that
white
exists?
widow.
That's a thing.
Yeah. They've got a little white tip on the back of them, and they
Oh
they give you depending on what they've eaten, they give you necrosis, which is the flesh-eating virus. So like,
no, it's not a virus. It's there's two kinds of toxins. So the Brazilian wander, there's
well, virus is the wrong word, but you know what necrosis is. It's-
one paralyzes you. So there's two types of toxins. One, it paralyzes you, and the other one, it necrotizes your flesh.
Yeah.
The
So that's
Brazilian
what
wandering spider has both of them.
Yeah, the white widow one has the latter. I'm pretty sure.
That is so gross, because then you just start melting.
But it depends on what it's eaten. And so I've been bitten by one of them that hadn't eaten yet. So I was okay. I just had to go to the
Ugh,
hospital and get
fuck,
a little
it's
thing.
awful, man. That's awful.
It happened on Christmas Eve too. It was
I
annoying.
hate it. You know what? My worst Christmas Eve is I was served divorce papers, and I think I would take that 10 times out of 10 times over what happened to you on your Christmas Eve.
So the most venomous is the Brazilian wandering spider. So what is the...
Banana spider also gives you a giant stiffy.
So then how does this funnel web get in there? Because I know that the Sydney funnel web is up there, deadliest or something like that.
I don't know. It's probably I take your word for it. It terrifies me. Yeah. So just like that weird stuff.
Okay, so I'm getting conflicting things. Guinness World Records has ranked Sydney funnel web spider as the world's most venomous spider, defining the term most venomous as having the venomous most toxic to humans, although it had also previously given this title to the Brazilian wandering spider. So they both share that title.
Oh, that's fucking scary.
Yeah, and they only exist in Sydney. So if you go to Queensland, there's normal funnel webs up there, but not the it looks like a full-on tarantula. You want to see it, don't you? Oh God, no, you don't.
No, dude. Trust me.
I just saw it and I wasn't cool with the whole screen full of the cunts.
No, I
don't.
It's
not cool because they're
I'm
really
too afraid.
aggressive-looking things too.
Yeah, I'm too afraid.
Yes, we did. How do you have these issues? I thought y'all had the strictest law. No, yeah, but these are the ones that are already here. And also the infestations are from previous generations where we weren't as strict, which is now why we are so strict. Because, for example, we don't have rabies. We've never had rabies.
No rabies on Australia. So when some dumb cunt brings her fucking dog from a place that has rabies to a place that doesn't have rabies, rabies is the scariest thing on the earth.
Right.
Like, it's the scariest thing.
Yeah, that is the legitimate pathway to a real life zombie movie.
100%.
And like that's the literal T virus, and we don't have it. It's never touched our mainland. We don't fucking want it.
Yeah, so Amber Heard should have been literally crucified.
That was hilarious when they had to apologize to us. Well, I should bring that up. That was so fucking funny.
They should have been like, "Hey, listen, I didn't know that you guys didn't have rabies. I thought you guys were just being stupid, but no, it's actually a serious thing. I'm sorry." I mean, that could have been an easy apology.
It was such a fucking funny apology.
Just having understanding.
Because they when they got back there, they named their new dog after our fucking minister. What's his minister for something?
Was it Barney or something? Bernie or
Barnaby Joyce? Yeah, Barnaby Joyce. So they called it Barnaby because he was like he famously went on the channel. He's like, if you don't get your dogs out of here in 74 hours or 72 hours, we're going to shoot them dead, or something like that. He was really like crass.
Well, you have to. That you can only test. I thought you test for rabies in the brain. Isn't that how you do it?
I'm not sure. Australia is God's way of saying screw you in particular.
That's exactly
Humans
true,
have definitely been around way longer than mainstream anthropology would admit. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with mainstream anthropology. And anthropology and archaeology exactly are corrupted just like yeah. Especially when you're talking about like Egyptology. Fuck, that's just a joke. There are some great archaeologists though. There's some really good archaeologists. They're considered fringe though. The banana spider also gives you a giant stiffy.
Yeah, because of the venom.
All Iowa has is coyote, and they're really cowardly around here because they get a shot on near consistent basis. Wouldn't it? They're like hyenas, though, aren't they? Oh, it's a different animal.
What's that animal that's extinct but might not be extinct? Is it the
Tasmanian tiger?
Tiger, yeah.
Yeah, the thylacine, I think it's called.
Yeah, which sounds like a disease, if we're honest. What do you think about that thing? Is it?
It's dead. It's gone.
Do you think you got one or two hiding in the middle? Because it's empty, the middle.
Yeah, but they've never been on the mainland. They've never been spotted. I mean, it's possible, but
I thought there was like fucking a trail cam of one, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, the hunt is on. We're gonna find it and likely probably kill it because that's what we do."
It was probably a fox. It's probably a fox.
Oh,
I don't know, but you could be right. I just don't find. I mean, since the 1930s, I've never found one until now. It's kind of, I mean, Tasmania is just like a little snatch down there, bottom there. It's comparatively quite a tiny place. Like I used to drive longer than the distance of Tasmania once a week. Ouch.
Yeah. So wait.
This is funny. This is
Australia
hilarious.
is a wonderful island. With the
Hold on, wait. What's going on here? Why is it buffering like a cunt? Wait. The ducks.
Australia is a wonderful island with a treasure trove of unique plants, animals.
He's so uninterested.
It has to be protected.
Australia is free of many pests and diseases that are commonplace around the world. That is why Australia has to have such strong biosecurity laws.
And Australians are just as unique, both warm and direct. When you disrespect Australian law, I will tell you firmly.
Yeah, we'll
I'm
shoot your
truly
dog.
sorry that Pistol and Boo were not declared.
No, you're not, bitch.
Protecting Australia is important.
As if you care.
Declare everything when you enter Australia.
At this point, has she cut
Look
off
at
his
his
finger yet?
face. Yeah, it probably happened that week, I think. Yeah, it was somewhere around about that time, I think it was when... No, it might have happened just after this.
Declare everything when you enter Australia.
I'm not. No.
Look how interested he is.
Because they were filming for a little while, weren't they? Before.
Yeah, so they were here in Australia filming
Yeah.
for, I think it was Pirates of the Caribbean. Something like that. One of them
Yeah.
films.
Yeah. I'm just because so this happened either just before or just after he lost his finger, and that might explain why he looks like shit. Because he has a fucking infection in his hand.
I mean, I'll be fair. He always looks like shit these days. He looks like shit.
Man, I loved watching that trial. I watched every second of that trial.
I like Johnny Depp, but he looks like shit.
Was I streaming then? Was I a streamer then? I don't know.
Crazed public scandals, right? Diving into the idea of playing the king of France, certainly challenging, which is always great.
He's got a way of speaking that is most certainly an affectation. I find it hard to believe that he talks like this with his friends, although perhaps he does.
Maybe. He does talk fuck because he was doing it on the stand.
Yeah, he does talk like that. Okay, I guess he's kind of just.
So Magoo says this happened after. This is what?
The
finger
finger
happened after that apology? Okay. All right. I wasn't sure.
Johnny wasn't on the plane. She knew people. Oh, yeah. So Johnny wasn't on the plane when because that's right, because she brought in the dogs after he was already here. So the onus was never on him to declare these animals. But he involved himself to cover for her. And that's why they ended up both having to apologize. She knew people wouldn't accept her apology unless he did it with her. Exactly.
Well, yeah, he stuck his dick out for her.
Yeah, he got fucking his balls are firmly in a jar somewhere over that.
Okay, here's a May 12th article that says the long extinct Tasmanian tiger may still be alive and prowling the wilderness. Scientists
You can present, can you?
Yeah, I totally forgot that I have to do 3/4 of the work and then you have to accept it. So all this time, yeah. Let's see if I can make this a little bigger for the homies. Bigger for the home. For me, it's massive because I'm sitting in front of a fucking TV. So this is a massive thing for me. So long extinct Tasmanian tiger may still be alive and prowling the wilderness, scientists claim. May 12th, 2023. So it's not like this is some 10 years ago fucking article.
No, but the last time they were, I think the last one was supposedly went extinct in 1931 or 1930, was it?
Maybe. Oh, Magoose is saying his finger was indeed cut off in that video. That's why he was so fucked.
That makes sense.
So he got a really bad infection too. So he was probably like feeling the infection and shit. That's why he looked like his skin was like pale and like
plus he had to
whatever.
cover for some dumb bitch.
Yeah. So based on reported sightings, some scientists say the iconic creature probably survived until the late 1980s or 1990s, but others
What?
are skeptical.
Yeah, I'm skeptical because, like, how did it go for, in that case, 50 years unnoticed?
That's a weird looking fucking animal, eh?
Hold on, the 30s to the 80s. Yeah, that's 50 years.
So this, wait, the last known
36.
one in 36 was in captivity.
So that's 50 years that it has gone just invisible. And I mean, like you say, it's a big mainland and there's not a lot of people. So it's only 26 million people.
It's crazy.
That's today.
The completely unique wolf-like Tasmanian tigers that thrived on the island of Tasmania before they went extinct in 1936 may have survived in the wilderness for far longer than previously thought, research suggests. There is also a small possibility that they're still alive today, experts say. Well,
That's
listen, if there's gonna be fucking weird talking ape things and Bigfoot and shit, why can't there be this thing? We know that it lived.
I was right. They were called thylacines. It does
he got
sound like a
MRSA.
fucking disease, doesn't it?
Magoo says he got MRSA twice.
Yeah.
Fucking MRSA. I think I've mentioned MRSA runs in my house. You can get MRSA 10,000 times. My kid was just in the hospital for a week and had to be hooked up to.
What is it in his eye, wasn't it?
He had MRSA in his eye. Yeah, his whole fucking.
God.
He looked like he took a Mike Tyson punch. His whole face was like swollen up, and he had to go on vancomycin, which is like some of the strongest antibiotics that we have on Earth.
Yeah, that's the shit that they put people on when they can't shower and stuff, right? Because it just like fucking completely kills everything that could even make you stink. Like it kills everything.
And you know what's even crazy? So MRSA is methicillin resistant. There's something now called Versa, vancomycin resistant. We're running out of shit to kill this fucking bacteria. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and they're weaponizing that kind of shit too.
Well, and you know what? We got it from the hospital. Like that's how like one of my little boys went into a hospital for a surgery. He came out with fucking MRSA. I'm like, you.
Well, that's where everyone goes and gets golden staph. That's where all these things come from. I mean,
yeah, you go, you get MRSA or you get C. diff or you get something, and it's just fucking hospitals. You do more damage sometimes.
Fucking know, especially during COVID.
Especially that's where the hospitals were the new killing fields.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Tasmanian tigers, also known as thylacines, were they carnivorous marsupials with distinctive stripes on their lower back. The species was originally found across Australia, but disappeared from the mainland roughly 3,000 years ago due to human persecution. So
all right, so they could be on the mainland somewhere, like a Littlefoot.
Yeah, just like as opposed to Bigfoot. Yeah, just in the middle where all the people aren't. Where people have fucking like 3 million acre farms with 100 gajillion fucking cattle, and
monster.
And then they eat the odd cow and it's fine.
Yeah, and we blame it on aliens.
Yeah. Although I don't think a thylacine can cut those cows up so perfectly.
That's true.
That's
true.
So it was completely unique among living marsupials. Not only did it have its iconic wolf-like appearance, but it was also the only marsupial apex predator. A marsupial, that's a fucking kangaroo and a wallaby, right?
Yeah.
Jesus. Apex predators form extremely important parts of the food chain and are often responsible for stabilizing ecosystems. See, this is cool to me. Like,
yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting theory. I
thought there was like a trail cam. I'm gonna see if I can.
Yeah, let's have a look. You look and I'll look. File.
Let's see if there's.
What did I just do? Did I press the wrong button? Sorry.
No, I took off my screen so people didn't have to just stare at that white page. I thought there was a trail cam, living Trail
this is.
cam. That's kale. I can't spell BR. Wait, does image show is not extinct? Daily Mail. Oh, Daily Mail is. Can you find the Tasmanian tiger in this picture? Oh, yes, right there. That's not a fox.
Where? Show me your screen.
Wait, I'll show you the one. Show you the one. Maybe. I don't know.
Wait. Don't talk. Have your own version of Bigfoot. Yeah. We could start this. It's called Lucky Yowie or something. Yeah, that one already exists. That legend already exists. I'm thinking we could create a new one. Oh wait, here's your thing.
So
wait, that's the fucking evidence.
Wait, so it's in a. Well, this is just one that I pulled up from Daily Mail. So there's this photo, but there's also this. What is that?
It could just be yeah, I guess, but it's a very. I mean, at least they're honest.
Well, they rarely ever come up to the camera and they go, "Hello, I'm extinct, but I'm actually here."
Well, they are skittish. That would explain why we haven't seen them. Well,
Yeah.
wouldn't entirely explain that because it's been 50-something years until the 80s when they said they were extinct. So I'm a bit confused. Are they saying they are extinct now? But
is this a different one or is this the same? Oh, okay. Is this one I was thinking of?
Oh, okay.
Is it this one? All right, let's see if.
I don't really see how they can get it. I mean, it could just be a fox or a dog.
That looks like a dog to me.
Yeah, like I mean, or dingo. Like, yeah, it looks like a little dingo or something. But like, I think they've just been bred out over time, and you can no longer see the stripes on them.
Okay, this is
And
supposed
they're
to be
just
one.
fucking mingled with dingoes.
Wait, is it this we're looking at? Oh, it is that.
What exactly is a dingo? It's like a dog, like a feral dog.
Maybe. Oh, wait,
Dingo
what was
is
that
an
one?
ancient lineage of dog found in Australia. Its taxonomic classification.
What's a Tassie tiger? Oh, a Tasmanian.
The same thing. Tassie tiger.
Yes, chase it. That's what you're supposed to do. If there's a monkey that's you doing human speak, you chase it.
Like you do not want to chase a simian creature; it will eat your face off, literally.
Yes, this is true. You chase it with guns, a fully automatic gun. Yeah.
Well, it's a bit sad we didn't get to see it.
Yeah.
But dingo is indeed just a lineage of dog, and its taxonomic classification is debated. But it's just a skinny dog that no one
I think of all animals, like all of
like
them.
your coyotes.
I think I would, if I had a choice of fighting an animal, I think the one I would most not pick would be some kind of monkey or ape.
Oh fuck yeah, no, you'd lose in 2 seconds, and they eat your face and balls. They'd go for your balls first, then your face. Sometimes in the opposite direction, but it's usually those things. And then if they go for your fingers, and they're so quick, and they.
I would have a better chance wrestling an alligator. I think.
I think so too.
Or a very angry bear. I don't know.
Because an alligator they've got a similar amount of strength, but an alligator is less agile.
I would never ever want to fight a monkey, even like no
fucking way, not even a baby one.
Like what's those stupid little ones? Like a
Bonobo.
Yeah, one of those little stupid ones.
What do the bonobos look like? They're the ones that look like humans, aren't they?
They're just like those little guys. They go like this. They go woo, or a gobobo or whatever it's called. I don't know.
Yeah, because monkey isn't actually a thing. Like it's a kind of ape. What is that? What is it? Like what are the? It's a kind of chimpanzee, isn't it?
Yeah. But chat, did you know that the whole thing about the dingo ate your baby or whatever? Actually, true. It happened one time. A dingo did eat a baby.
Yeah, I mean, look at the little teeth. Look at the teeth on them.
Yeah, a dingo ate a baby, and a woman was like, "I don't know, the dingo got my baby." And they're like, "Dingoes don't eat babies. That's a myth, or whatever." And the woman was like arrested and like sent to jail.
A dog, it'll eat anything.
And then they found in like a dingo fucking hole, there was like baby clothes and whatnot. So the dingo did actually get the baby. So the dingo ate the baby. It's a real thing. It happened, which is actually really fucking horrifying if you think about what that baby went through. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Try not to think about that.
But not nearly as bad as the woman who put her baby in an oven because she mistook her oven for a crib.
Oh, that's a fucking made up lie. Melbourne's most notorious suburbs. This is Spanian who I was talking about. He went to Alice Springs.
What do you mean it's a made up? I have a video on that. That's a real story that happened in St. Louis just recently. That's a thing.
Let me show. I'll just show you Alice Springs for a second.
You get threatened to get killed. You get threatened to get stabbed up and shit. I don't care about you out here. Oh, they're punching on already.
Never been anywhere like this.
This is just a regular night.
Where are they running? Where are they going? This is crazy.
Is that an abo?
Mate, he's got a machete here.
I'm Spanian. I was raised in the housing areas of Sydney City.
This guy is
spent
great.
most of my youth and adult life in prison.
You should watch his.
After a total of 13 years,
walkthroughs.
Free, I'm out and about, flying around, sussing out the hoods all over the world. So
he's just up from. He lives up, not too far from here. But Alice Springs is like something else.
Hey, welcome back to another episode of Into the Hood. We are in Alice Springs. We're finally here. For everyone that's not from Australia, I'll give you a rundown on what Alice Springs is. What are you beeping at, lad? How much space do you want? Alice Springs is a little tiny town in the middle of the desert, in the middle of the country, and in the red dirt. That is by far Australia's highest crime rate. This place is out of control. I'll give you some statistics to put this into perspective. The crime index here in Alice Springs is 71. But that's a meaningless number. Listen to this risk evaluation. The risk of your stuff being stolen, high. Mugged or robbed, high. Car stolen, high. Things stolen from your car, high. Attacked, high. Being insulted, high. You being attacked by the base of your skin color, ethnic origin, gender or religion, high. Dealing drugs, high. Crimes of vandalism and theft, high. Violent crimes such as assaults and robberies, high. In fact, every single thing is either very high or high, except corruption and bribery. That's moderate. Also at the bottom here, it gives a warning that your safety walking around at night is very low. It's advised to not leave the house at nighttime in the Alice Springs. Statistics aside, this place is just known to be chaos.
Yeah.
The locals know it's chaos. Everyone around here.
Come this way, lad. No.
It just goes crazy.
This is worse than Sydney. Believe me.
Come here. They do inject shit. What
do they do? They just.
So why do people live there?
So the police are lining up there. This is just every night in Alice Springs. It's craziness.
Why do people live there? It's a disaster.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sad when you read some of these comments. There's, some of these people that have grown up there and got their families there and stuff.
Is there industry or something
really
that
upset
keeps them
about
there?
it. Hey?
Is there industry, like a mine or something that keeps people there? Like, why be?
I can tell you exactly what keeps people there. Pine Gap keeps people there. That's the only reason any economy exists there, and it's secret. It's completely unspoken of. You'll find that a lot of people go around as gardeners and other sorts of vague terms. But the only reason that there's really, there is some sort of industry there for whatever reason. It's like kept afloat. The people, the families in the region get paid royalty payments for the use of the native land, which Pine Gap is built on. And they mention that. They don't mention Pine Gap, but they do mention the royalty payments somewhere up at the beginning here. And I don't think Spaniard even realized when he went into this town that he was being watched by the CIA because of the fact that Pine Gap was there. I think he just thought it was because it was a police state because of the crime. That's why everyone is being watched. No. You're being watched by the feds, the CIA and shit, because you're going into that area. But yeah, a lot of these families, the local families around there, get royalty payments for the use of that land. So I think that a lot of it is based on that.
I'm shocked. So that's not a place you would move then, eh? Like, I wouldn't...
No way. No way.
That's crazy.
If crime... There is... Yeah. That's where my grandparents lived while they were there. Oh, seriously? Oh, of course, because they... Pine Gap. Yeah, of course. Of course they would have. They would have lived there. And
so you know what's actually pretty crazy? Okay, so if
because I'll show you where it is.
If you have a hub of Five Eyes out there, and then you have a support town, you would think that everybody in that town knows that they're a support hub for this super secret thing, right?
People are so out of it that they don't even know where the money's coming from. So here's the town site here, and here's the base.
But you would think that you would have like if you're working at Pine Gap and you live in that town, it's like right next door. You think that your children wouldn't be criminals. Like,
no, because these people are all American. All of their food gets shipped in from the United States once a week. They don't even go shopping in Alice Springs. They just live around the area.
It's crazy.
So, like, most of the people around here that get around are like they're worlds apart.
But it's
from the indigenous housing mob, and then there is...
It's just so weird. It's just so weird that you have a town like that in the middle of nothing, because towns are built beside water.
Yeah, and this was... Yeah, right. Well, Alice Springs was there before Pine Gap. So it did exist before Pine Gap. But it's sustained by Pine Gap. And I'm not sure... It would have been some mining operation. I can't exactly remember why. But...
Maybe it is uranium.
Yeah, because what happens is this base isn't connected to the power grid anywhere. So we don't know where it gets its energy from. And there's no visible source of power going to it. So the only real option that we can think of that's left is they've got this nuclear powered underneath the ground.
Wouldn't you need vapor stacks?
Not necessarily.
I don't know. I just know what I know from The Simpsons, okay?
Not necessarily. Not if they've got like their own different way of doing it. I'm not sure. But it's being powered somehow, and it's not on our power grid. I don't even think it was built with our concrete. Now, I'll show you the one that I worked on, which is connected to this network. It's over in here.
Oh yeah, I remember you showed me this. Doesn't it look like a penis or something?
Yeah, it does. I've lost it now.
That's right. That's right, Chad. I am a child trapped in a man's body.
I think I've gone too far now. Oh no, there it is. Yeah. So we did look at this, didn't we?
Yeah, shaped like a penis.
So all of that bit was there. I worked on the shaft.
Magoo says geothermal. All right, I guess that makes sense.
Grandfather said they used to shop in Alice Springs, and at the time they didn't package things like bread, and they started doing it because, the Aboriginals will come in and touch everything. Okay, so that's why they get everything. Is it geothermal? Possibly. No one really knows how it's powered. But this part here is what I worked on.
Oh, is it geothermal? I read that it is. I was just dyslexic there for a moment. I have to go to bed, I think. My goodness.
Yeah, I should let you go. I'm just fucking wanking on about stuff I've already mentioned before now.
No, but it's very interesting. That
Ref.
fucking. So see, when I think about this fucking Tasmanian tiger, I think it's gonna be like in that town or whatever, just in the middle of that fucking rock that you call a country.
It's massive. I mean, it's so big.
Although I think it would want to live amongst the trees. Is there any trees in the middle, or is it literally just a dust
No,
bowl?
this is all dead. This is all dead. It'd be like, yeah, we would have run into it by now.
You would think so.
I mean,
don't know.
Tasmania is really lush.
Yeah, I think you guys got
That's
the
the
shaft
shithole.
on that, eh?
Yeah.
Tasmania is it's. This is a stupid question. Is a complete sovereign country unto itself, correct?
No. It's a state of Australia.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
right.
Like Hawaii is to your, except just closer.
Okay.
No,
all right.
yes, it's one of the. It's one of our
sure.
states. It's its own state.
I didn't know that. Oh my goodness!
Hmm.
Look at me learn, everybody.
Look at you go.
It is your
We treat it like
Newfoundland.
it's its own fucking country. We treat it. That's like a running joke, but like it is actually part of the federation. It's a federated state.
So, you may as well at that point just go take.
It has
New
more
Zealand.
rights. It's actually got more rights to the federation than Northern Territory does, because that doesn't even have a statehood. It's just a territory.
Ha! Oh goodness. Yeah, that's crazy. You guys should just take over New Zealand. Fuck New Zealand. Although
Yeah,
it doesn't
kinda
look it, but
thinking
that's
that.
pretty far away, eh?
Yeah, not that far really. I mean, when you come down here, distance is different. Distance is different. Like I regularly made this trip from here to here like once or twice a week sometimes, and sometimes like I'd come up and back in the same day, but you have to take a flight to do that. But that's further than Tasmania. That's like passing through like 4 European countries. That's like, you know what I mean? Distance is different here.
Magoo says Hawaii is American, not Canadian. Yes.
Yeah, isn't that? Yeah. Oh, did I say? I keep thinking I might have fucked that up. And
I
said
don't
you
know.
were
But
American,
Newfoundland for Canadians, maybe. Yes. So Tasmania is your Newfoundland. I understand. It's your Newfoundland. You keep
No, I
saying
just-
A. I want to just say you big hoser. Ha! That's funny. That's funny. Because
I swear I never said Hawaii was Canadian, did I? I was like, I
don't
was
know.
talking about in reference to the United States. Just
it
throwing
doesn't
you in
matter.
the back.
But
there.
it is your Newfoundland.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny about me? You keep saying A. I have no idea that I'm saying it, eh?
Well, the sun's officially gone down on this part of the planet now, which means it might be coming up there, right? Like in a minute. So I should probably
actually,
let
you know what?
get some excuse.
I
for
don't
sleep.
know what the sun's gonna do now that I've lost my hour. Daylight saving time is a real cunt. It's gonna fuck me for the next week.
Yeah.
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 Okay. But we are at 5 hours streaming. Well, I'm at 4 hours. You're at 5 hours. So I'm gonna hop off of here. Chat, thank you. You guys are actually pretty cool.
Yeah, thanks for hanging in this whole time. I appreciate you.
Yeah, it's
and
fun.
if you really
I
love
like
me
these
that
guys.
much, go and subscribe to me on Twitter because they monetize me. They haven't fully monetized me. They just gave me. They let you subscribe to me if you want. Cunts. I'm still
Well,
shadow banned though.
Are
But
you?
I get it. You probably won't. No one will do it because they hate me.
Oh goodness. Yeah, I
Nah,
can't I
jokes.
can't seem to I don't know what clever things I have to do or clever things I have to say on Twitter to get people to want to I have 294, which I guess is okay.
Mine keeps
Um,
jumping around.
But then, you know what's going to happen? So I got 294 now, all of a sudden, half of them are going to disappear. And I'm like, were they all bots?
I know a good like 100 of mine are bots, but I try and keep on top of them. I try and block the bots.
Yeah, I have no idea. I just want people to like me. I just want to be liked. Nobody else likes me, especially in this house.
Magoo says good night, Sean, or good morning.
It's good night for me. Probably good morning for my kids. But anyways, chat, thank you so much for having me on and hanging out. It has been fun. I always always enjoy hanging out with my friend Daniel, who likes.
I'm not drowning you out.
His porn music.
I was raising the mood a little bit because it's the exit bit.
Feeding the ducks.
Feeding the ducks.
If I was gonna sub to anyone, it would be you. Well, please do if you haven't already. It that would help me out on YouTube, on Rumble if you can.
Why don't you go subscribe to him? That's free.
So
you don't
we
have
can
to pay for that.
So we can if I had ADHD, this music would be really, really challenging.
Just go with the rhythm.
I can't. It's so distracting. Anyways, I love you all. Thank you so much. And Daniel, thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate having you.
Anytime you're on and you want me on, you send me a message, and I'll
sweet as. Thanks,
and
man.
I'll come on. Anyways, I'm out of here. Peace.
Peace. Me too. Thank you, guys. I will see you again soon. Appreciate you hanging with me. It's been a journey, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.